Hey guys, you are watching your anime world. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see second part, what if Deku created his own hero's world. Here is short summary. Izuku dreamt of being a hero. But with a quirk he didn't know how to use and was deemed useless. The world seemed to be against him and closed off. Until a chance encounter with a coffee shop owner helped him see that his world was his to shape. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Repairs at the Tatooine station had progressed enough to allow trains to run again. A train began to pull not soon after, allowing several passengers to step out onto the platform. Following after them was a teenage girl wearing a black cat hoodie coat who stepped off the train and descended the steps. The ears and tail of the coat bobbed up and down as she bounced off the stairway. She stopped as she made it down to the bottom of the station and began to look around, seeing some of the damage still being repaired from the earlier attack. Some people have no respect. You'd think villains would at least not be total assholes and make people's commutes harder, she said to herself. She pulled out her phone and stared at the screen. She debated with herself until she finally opened her Hero Scramble app. She scrolled down and tapped her chat log. She began to type out a message and sent it away. HS. Team up request sent to the BUNYMIGHT agency. Please accept it, Booney, the girl said quietly. She pocketed her phone and thought of what to do in the meantime. Guess I can explore a bit. Maybe go check out that cafe he always hyped up, she decided. The young woman began to walk the streets, taking the time to see the sights and sounds of the new city around her. Izuku took a scenic route to the park this time around, wanting to just enjoy the peace of the city. This specific route took him through an overpass tunnel. He paid it no mind as he listened to his music, not noticing green sludge build up behind him. As he neared the end of the tunnel, he stopped, his training with Aizawa kicking in as he felt something was wrong. Izuku looked over his shoulder as the mass of sludge continued to build up. He quickly turned to face the villain behind him and took up a stance and began to channel his energy into his Sykes pin to his cuffs. Soon, a large mouth with jagged teeth and yellowed eyes with red irises emerged from the sludge as a distorted voice rang out. Well, a medium-sized skin suit. Perfect for hiding from that bastard. Izuku acted quickly as the viscous villain lunged forward to overtake the team. Izuku nimbly dodged it, frustrating the villain. His voice was full of rage when he spoke again. Come on, kid. It won't take but a minute. I just need your body. You'll be a real hero. The sludge villain lashed out at Izuku, sending out a gooey tentacle to strike and grab the team. Izuku acted quickly again and called on Excalibur. He ducked the attack and sent out a slash of his own. He was shocked that he cut cleanly through the villain's arm, but refocused on its main body. His body is a liquid, not solid. That may sting him, but it shouldn't kill him. Still, better be careful, he concluded. Ah, beep, you little shit, the villain cried out. He leaned closer to Izuku as he raged at the verdette. You know, I was going to be a nice guy. I was going to make it quick and painless. But now, the living sludge wound up another strike, his arm reforming from the mass of sludge he still had left. I'm going to take my time and make it hurt you, beeper. He launched his arm forward again, this time it split into several tentacles to overwhelm Izuku. The teen, however, maintained focus and proceeded to counter the villain's attack. He deftly slashed through the tentacles, proving to be a difficult target and causing the villain to grow worried. That worry soon grew to a higher degree as the manhole cover behind him began to rattle, the sound of laughter being heard by both Izuku and the villain. No, I thought I had more time. The sludge villain whimpered. The manhole cover blasted off the ground and bounced several feet away. The silhouette of a large man crouching down, highlighted by the light behind him, could be seen. His powerful voice echoed off the walls of the tunnel. You've done well, young man. Now, let me take things over from here. The man stood up and Izuku smiled, recognizing the stature and voice of the man who came to his aid. The number 1 hero. All Might. All Might's eyes began to shine as he smiled, for I am here. The sludge villain began to cower, trying to find a way out of this situation. He panicked and began to attack All Might, who easily dodged the villain's wild attacks. Then he slammed his foot down and wound up an attack of his own. Izuku couldn't help but smile as he was witnessing this event. That excitement turned to concern not a second later. Wait, the villain is in front of me, and All Might is about to attack. Texas. Crap baskets. Izuku mentally panicked. All Might sent a punch forward, the immense power behind the strike being sent out with a forceful wind. The wind pressure began to break apart the sludge villain's body, causing him to cry out. Damn, you! The pressure blew past the villain and towards Izuku, who began to panic as he quickly came up with a plan. As the wind began to knock into him, Izuku quickly used Orbit to wrap himself in his own telekinetic energy and keep himself planted to the ground. Soon a large mass of the sludge villain's remains followed and Izuku used Excalibur while maintaining Orbit to cut through the sludge and send it around him. As the wind died down, Izuku began to relax and released Orbit, noticing something new with his psyche. It seems that if I use Orbit on myself it doesn't drain as fast compared to if I use it on someone else. Good to know. Why didn't I try that before? His train of thought was broken as he noticed All Might approach him. Well done holding your own with that villain, young man. And what a clever use of your quirk at the end there. All Might said to Izuku. The young man's mind ran a mile a minute at the thought of his idol praising him. There were so many things to say to him. Thank you, All Might, so he will just have to settle with that. Ha ha, think nothing of it, young man. Now if you will excuse me, I better get this villain contained. All Might began to dig through his grocery bag and proceeded to pour out 2 bottles to empty them. The pro hero began to scoop up the remains of the sludge villain when Izuku spoke up. Let me help you. My quirk should be able to help out with this. At least I hope. The guy was made of sludge after all. All Might looked at the teen and his smile seemed to grow larger at the offer. He tossed the second bottle to Izuku as he addressed him, by all means, young man. And we'll keep this quirk use between us. After all, you already had to defend yourself that this really shouldn't be an issue. All Might was glad the teen offered to help. He had to be mindful. He could feel his time almost coming up. Izuku sent out energy to Orbit and began to work while All Might did his own share. Izuku's hunch was correct as he was able to easily gather the sludge despite it being part of a living person. Maybe because his body is more of a liquid than a solid, I just saw that I can use Orbit on myself without the same issues I have when using it on another person. Are you alright, young man? That's quite the mutter storm you got going on. All Might spoke, causing Izuku to blink owlishly at the hero. Sorry, All Might. I just learned some new things about one of my psyches and I got rather excited at the possible applications. The teen replied sheepishly. He quickly returned to gathering the sludge before Orbit drained itself. How both he and All Might were able to contain it all in 2 large bottles made him question the laws of the universe, but he knew an Aizawa and a Shinso and they could down pots of coffee and still be exhausted. If anything, he was more concerned that the bottle that had the villain's eyes and mouth stared at him with rage. Thank you for your help, young man. I appreciate the gesture, All Might said, thanking the teen. It's no problem, All Might. I'm just glad I could help. Izuku replied. Oh, an autograph. He began to dig through his backpack but stopped to look at All Might. Sorry. I mean, do you mind if I got your autograph, All Might, sir? All Might began to laugh at Izuku's antics. Ha ha. I don't mind at all. Consider it my further thanks for you helping me out. Thank you, All Might. Izuku cheered. He pulled out his psych's notebook and handed it to All Might. If you could you sign the blank page next to the one labeled, Ego? Sure thing. All Might took the notebook and a marker into his hands and looked at the cover. Psyches. Must be the name of his quirk. The hero thought to himself. He opened the notebook and flipped through it, curious to see its contents. His brows shot up as he read through several of the psyches: psychokinesis, pyrokinesis, energy attacks, healing. What is this quirk? He turned to the front of the notebook and saw the entry on ego and was intrigued further. His curiosity got the better of him and he soon had to ask the teen to elaborate on his quirk. Young man, this is a rather interesting quirk. How does it work? All Might asked. Oh, well, My quirk is whatever I make of it, in a way. Izuku said quietly. He raised his left arm and showed the number. 1 hero his verdant orbit. All Might took a closer look at the pin as Izuku elaborated further. My quirk is called Psyches. It works by using pins that activate my stockpiled energy. The pins each have their own power that I imagine they have when I make them. I have to design them myself, from the initial idea all the way to the production of the pin. This one, verdant orbit, was inspired by my mom's quirk. All Might was impressed so far. Izuku then went to take off the pin clipped to his collar. He felt the hum of his quirk begin to die down as he handed it to All Might, the hero gently taking the pin that seemed so small in his large hands. All Might looked at the pin and saw some inspiration put in that was based on him. He also felt drawn to it in a way he couldn't explain. This is ego. This is my first pin and the one that makes it all work. The vedette explained. This one was inspired by you. All Might looked at the young man in front of him. By me, you say? Yeah. Izuku looked at his hero and spoke. You're my hero, All Might. I grew up wanting to be a hero like you. It's my dream. All Might saw the team get lost in his memories as he continued, but I had a hard time with my quirk. So much so that it made it hard to think I could achieve that dream. But I met my mentor at a park not too far from here. In front of a mural of you. He helped out by just talking and later helped me make this pin. But I learned what this pin was supposed to mean. Izuku's eyes shined with confidence, a confidence that was carried by what he said next. This pin is who I am. And who I want to be. And I want to be a hero like you. I want to show the world that won't give up. That no matter what I will be a hero they can depend on. I want to be a hero for all. All Might's smile widened at the team's declaration. He handed Izuku ego back, unaware that the pin seemed to draw power from the older hero, and proceeded to sign his notebook. As he handed back the notebook, he felt his quirk growing weaker, but he ignored the feeling. Instead, he focused on the resounding feeling from his quirk that seemed to be drawn to the team. He decided this needed to be said, so All Might spoke up, his voice quieter than his usual boisterous cadence but carrying sincerity behind his words. Young man. I believe what you said speaks volumes about you. And I can say, without a doubt, just on those words alone, you are already on the path to becoming a great hero. Izuku began to tear up at All Might's words. His hand clenched around ego tightly, the hum his quirk produced now going wild as he held onto the black and white pin. All Might smiled but shook his head at the teen. Izuku calmed down and spoke up. Thank you, All Might. You don't know how much that means to me. Think nothing of it. All Might was about to leave when he turned to the teen one last time. What is your name, young man? Izuku blinked in surprise at the question but answered quickly. Midoriya Izuku, All Might, sir. Well then, young Midoriya, hold on to that spirit of yours. I will be honest and say that there will be many people who will wish to see you broken. He paused as he said that last part. He could feel the pain in his side as he remembered the one who wanted him broken. But a hero as one who can overcome such adversity, and a strong hero keeps smiling to reassure those around them. So stand up tall, smile brightly, and let the world know who you are. And that you are there for them. Izuku's eyes brightened once more as he took in the hero's words. All Might gave him a wave goodbye and prepared to jump. Well then, young Midoriya, I must be off. Better get this guy to the police as soon as possible. Farewell. And with that, All Might leapt into the air as Izuku watched on in awe. Once the hero was just a speck in the sky, Izuku finally let loose all his contained excitement. I got All Might's autograph. All Might was sailing through the air, off on his way to the police. As the wind blew through his hair, enjoying the thrill of pseudo-flight, All Might began to suffer a major coughing fit. Blood began to spew from his mouth as he focused on maintaining his form long enough to land somewhere. Unknown to him, his coughing was forceful enough to cause a bottle with the sludge villain's remains to fall out of his pocket and plummet to the city below. All Might landed on top of a skyscraper as his quirk finally gave out, and with a poof of smoke, he reverted back to his skeletal form. Shit, he swore, wiping the blood from his mouth. I pushed myself too far. He sat down to relax for a moment and to catch his breath. Just need to rest a bit. Yo, Bakugo, everything alright? The beep do you mean, fingers? Bakugo questioned the teen following him. I mean with Midoriya, man. Ever since you chased after him and zombie you haven't really messed with him. The teen had a smug smirk on his face as he continued to speak, you aren't going soft, are ya? Bakugo in a brief fit of anger kicked a bottle filled with a disgusting green liquid into a wall, causing the cap to loosen. The beep you say, fingers. What the teens didn't notice was the bottle then bounced off of the head of a teenage girl wearing a black cat hoodie coat. OW. What the hell you jerk? She cried out. Bakugo and his two followers turned to face the girl who stared irately at the group of teens. Bakugo returned the stare as the other two began to check her out. Bakugo spoke up, you should watch where you're going extra. Oh, I'm sorry, she said mockingly, crossing her arms under her beeps, I didn't realize that you needed an entire street clear for your ego to get through. That caused Bakugo to grit his teeth. He began to stomp over the girl, not noticing the bottle shake open as the green liquid began to spill out. The beep you say you shitty extra. Bakugo growled out, letting his quirk set off as sparks began to erupt from his palms. The girl noticed and went further with her barbs. She leaned forward, turning her head slightly, and placed one hand on her hips and the other behind her ear. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize that you must be hard of hearing with you going every time you make a mess. Who the beep do you think you are? Bakugo yelled out. The liquid began to take on a more sludge-like form. Bakugo's followers noticed and tried to get his attention, but he was too enraged at the girl in front of them. Wouldn't you like to know, Sparky? Guess I have the advantage. Her gray eyes narrowed as she stared down the ash-blonde teen. I know exactly who you are, asshole. Soon the sludge grew in mass and made its presence known. Bakugo's followers trembled in fear as they watched on. I know who you are too. A distorted, warbly voice said. The mass of sludge began to tower over Bakugo and the teen girl, the freed villain's eyes now looking at the two teens as he smiled a wicked grin. His next words chilled the two to the bone, two perfect skin suits for me to use. All Might had left the building he was resting at and continued on his way to the police station to hand over the captured villain. Well, it's time to get you to. All Might paused when felt that one of his pockets was empty. He began to panic as he tried to think about what happened and realized that the bottle must have fallen while he was still in the air. Shit, I should have done a better job of holding on to him. I was too lax, he reprimanded himself. His thoughts were broken by the sound of an explosion going off nearby. No, not now. All Might rushed to the scene, hoping that maybe the other heroes would be able to handle it. Izuku was over the moon as he made his way to Cafe Wildcat. He wanted to show off the autograph he got from All Might to Mr. H. But his excitement was cut short as the sound of an explosion broke through the city. That was rather close to here, he thought. Maybe another villain attack is happening. He debated on whether or not to go see it, and the hero nerd side of him easily won out without much issue. Maybe I can see something new. Izuku diverted from his path and headed to the scene. As he got closer he noticed several buildings were ablaze as multiple heroes struggled to keep the crowd safe from the attack. He saw Backdraft fight against the fires, doing all he could to stop the spread. Mount Lady was unable to do much with her giant form, so she worked to protect the crowd from the bursts of fire or debris that blew towards them. Fire is my natural weakness, and with all these explosions I can't get too close. He heard Kamui Woods call out. Rarg. He saw Death Arms attempt to throw a punch into a mass of sludge, only to fail to do anything to it. I can't get through it, he said as he jumped back from an attack. Izuku saw the sludge and grew worried as his mind raced, but All Might had him contained. How did he get out? Izuku began to look around, desperately trying to find All Might. Where is he? Why isn't he here? Those two won't last much longer. Izuku turned to the hero and listened in. He's got two hostages, right? Izuku grew even more worried. He remembered fearing what the sludge villain would do to him if he got captured when he fought him. But to hear he now had two people in his clutches made his stomach drop. The crowd's reaction wasn't helping. Hey, isn't that the villain All Might was chasing? Yes, Izuku mentally answered. Where is All Might? He should still be nearby. He wanted to cry out. Why aren't the heroes doing anything to help those kids? We gotta wait for another hero with the right quirk. We don't have anything effective. The hero's words were spoken quietly, but Izuku heard them. And a part of him looked at the hero in disbelief. He could understand quirk advantages, but in a case like this, they should still be able to find a way to save the hostages. All Might stood on the sidelines, leaning against a pole as he watched on. Frustrated that the villain escaped. Frustrated at what he heard from the heroes. And frustrated at himself for not doing more. Even after what I told young Midoriya, I just can't. Izuku was having his own internal struggle. He wanted to yell out at the heroes to do more, but would they even listen to a civilian? He wanted to help, but what could he do? As he battled on with his thoughts, he finally caught a glimpse of the hostages. He recognized the spiky, ash-blonde hair of Bakugo as he struggled to free himself from the sludge villain's hold. The mouth of the villain smiled gleefully as he manipulated Bakugo's body to fire off more explosions, keeping the heroes at bay. He saw him fight for control but fail. It was the other hostage that got his attention though. A teenage girl his age wearing a black cat hoodie who struggled to free her arms and legs as they continued to be held by the villain. The sludge slowly trails up her body to cover her fully. Soon the sludge began to move across her head and began to cover her mouth in order to hinder her breathing. In her struggle, she looked to the crowd, and her eyes focused on him. Time seemed to slow down in that moment as he looked at her. He could see a glint of recognition in her eyes as she looked at him. He didn't know why, but he felt like he knew her. He didn't know why, but there was a nagging feeling in his heart. Okay, if I can help, you only have to ask. He saw her manage to free one of her arms as she tried to claw away at the sludge, her hands shifting into black and white claws, but was unable to do much as the sludge kept reinforcing its hold on her. She then held out her hand as if to reach out for Izuku. If I need a hero, I know who to call. Thanks, dork. And Izuku began to rush forward. Hey, kid, get back here. What the hell is he doing? Izuku paid them no mind. He only focused on moving forward. To help Bakugo. To help the girl. If the heroes decided they couldn't do anything, then someone had to. He blitzed past the dancing flames that he could feel sting his skin as he passed through. As he edged closer to the villain, he thought about the heroes who did nothing, claiming to need a better quirk. And then the words of Mr. H rushed to his mind. And quirks just happen to be one aspect of a person, phones. You can have the greatest quirk in the world, but that doesn't make you a hero. It's how you use that power you are given that makes you one. Mr. H turned fully to face Izuku, wanting to make sure the message stuck with him. He lightly poked Izuku's chest to drive the point home. So tell me, why do you want to be a hero? As the memories rushed through his mind, he answered, I want them to know they can count on me. The sludge villain took notice of Izuku charging through to him and smiled. So the little green beeper comes back for round 2. Well, guess what, you little shit. I ain't going down so easily. He rocketed several sludge tentacles at Izuku. Being a hero isn't just a job, it's a calling. Anyone can be a hero, from the smallest interaction to the biggest action. You doing all you can for others can make you a hero to someone. I will do everything I can to help those in need, Izuku loudly declared. His words stunned the crowd behind him. As the tentacles neared him, Izuku drew energy to Excalibur and executed several counterattacks, hacking and slashing away at the sludge without losing his momentum. As the sludge dissipated and fell to the ground, he used Orbit to pull another pin from his backpack. He grabbed the purple pin and clipped it next to Orbit as he continued his charge. All Might watched intently as the boy he met earlier never lost a step as he bravely, and foolishly, charged into a dangerous situation like this. But he saw the look in his eyes. He saw how he moved. No hesitation. All to help those in need. All Might smiled as he watched on. You are an annoying little insect. The sludge villain raged. He raised his arm and built up a mass of sludge into it, intent to slam it down on the verdette. And I'll crush you like one. Izuku noticed quickly how fast the attack was coming. So he applied his orbit in a new way. He used his energy to wrap around himself and used it to quickly sidestep the arm slam. He then used Excalibur and stabbed it into the arm and continuously cut along it. Like Aizawa said, do what you can to disable a villain. The villain uses his sludge to empower his attacks, so let's cut away his mass. The sludge villain screamed as he failed to take down the teen and at the loss of his sludge. He began to hunker down to conserve his mass. He manipulated Bakugo by forcing him to raise his arm and prepared to fire off his quirk. Izuku, having already faced Bakugo's explosions in the past, knew when to dodge and did so easily. Izuku began to plan his next move. Can I grab him with Orbit like last time? Izuku reached out but could feel Orbit struggle in his attempt to grab the sludge villain with its energy. Crap baskets. Must be because he is a single mass now. I'll have to use it on Bakugo and the girl. Might have to cut away at the sludge to free them a bit to make it easier. Izuku looked at the villain and noticed his eyes. His eyes and his mouth are the only real physical part of his body. If I hit those, that should give me and the hostages more time. With his plan set, he raised his left arm and connected his energy to Buster Shot, releasing an energy round that shot out and hit the sludge villain's eye. Gah! The hit caused the living sludge to recoil and begin releasing his hold on his hostages. The villain's mouth slid off of Bakugo's face, allowing the ash blonde to breathe, with his excess sludge shifting off of the girl enough for her to do the same. Deku, the beep are you doing, you nerd? Bakugo demanded as he coughed up the remaining sludge in his throat. Bakugo, save it for later, for now just focus on getting out of this. Izuku retorted as he focused his energy into Excalibur. He hacked away at the sludge around the two trapped teens, causing it to break apart and recede. Once he cleared enough away, he reached out with Orbit. All the while the girl watched on in relief and happiness at the verdette's actions. Not so fast, hero. The sludge villain recovered quicker than Izuku hoped, and so he surged more energy into Orbit, hoping that it would do something. What he didn't notice due to the situation was Ego began to boost Orbit's power greatly, allowing Izuku to grab both Bakugo and the girl with his psychokinesis and rip them free from the sludge villain's hold. The action caused the villain to slide back several feet at the sudden force, while the two freed teens were sent back behind Izuku. Izuku fell to a knee after Orbit's power dropped. It strained his stockpile and his body as he struggled to stand up. And with a shaky voice, he checked on Bakugo and the girl, "Hey, are you two alright?" Bakugo didn't give an answer but gave a subtle nod. Right now he was running on adrenaline and was still trying to catch his breath. The girl only looked at Izuku and returned his question, "What about you? You look like you can barely keep from falling over." Izuku gave her a shaky smile, "I'll be fine. I've been through worse. Just hope Aizawa doesn't find out, or at least goes easy on me." Their discussion was broken up as the sludge villain returned. "That's it," he bellowed out, "I'm going to kill you." He attempted to slam another mass of sludge down onto Izuku. Bakugo tried to fire off an explosion to blow the sludge away, but his quirk refused to act. The verdette could only watch as his body refused to move. He closed his eyes expecting to be hit, only to hear something stop the attack. "You really are proving me correct, young Midoriya." Izuku, Bakugo, and the girl all look up to see All Might standing before them, the sludge villain's arm wrapped around his own. "If you can rise to the occasion, then I must be willing to go above and beyond as well." All Might then focused on the sludge villain, who began to shake in fear at the timely arrival of the number 1 hero. "Now then, time for your villainy to end." All Might ripped his arm free from the sludge, causing it to splatter against the ground. And with a powerful punch, All Might struck the villain, Detroit Smash. The punch blew through the villain with ease, causing him to explode from the pressure. The wind generated from the punch began to blow with a powerful gust of force, creating a tornado on the spot. Mount, Lady and the other heroes did what they could to protect the civilians, blocking most of the high-pressure winds from knocking them over. Izuku forced his quirk into action once more and used Orbit to hold down himself, Bakugo, and the girl from being blown away. The last thing he saw was the tornado disappearing, and raindrops hitting his skin as he passed out from pushing his psyches so much. And the next thing Izuku knew, he was getting checked over by paramedics. He watched as Bakugo was getting praised for his quirk and his bravery for having to withstand the villain taking him hostage. He could see the irritation build up from the ash blonde teen. Even he saw this as useless praise and just wanted to get out of there. The girl was getting checked over by medics not far from Izuku. She took a glance at him every now and then, but Izuku could see her frown several times, a disappointed look forming on her face. He could tell it wasn't directed at him. Part of him wanted to go see how she was doing. But unfortunately, the heroes wouldn't let him. Specifically Kamui Woods and Death Arms. What were you thinking? You could have gotten yourself killed out there, kid. Death Arms shouted at Izuku. The loud noise caused Izuku to flinch slightly. That and you used your quirk illegally. You interfered with a hero operation and could have hurt the hostages. Kamui Woods stated much more calmly. Izuku just sat there quietly as he took in their words. He agreed with them on some level, but there was a bigger part of him that just didn't agree with them. And, unfortunately, he decided to voice that opinion. And how long until a hero with the right quirk showed up? His eyes met the two heroes who flinched at his words. Izuku kept talking. I don't know why I ran out there. But I know one thing. You gave up too quickly. Why didn't you find a way to do more? Death Arms grits his teeth as Kamui had the decency to think about what Izuku said. Listen here, punk. You're about 5 seconds, Death Arms began to say, only to be cut off. I believe young Midoriya here knows what he did right and wrong, Death Arms. All Might intervened. Do I agree with you too that what he did was reckless? Absolutely. Those words caused Izuku to flinch. But he did what any hero should have done. Doing all they can to help those around them. To save everyone they can. Izuku looked at All Might in shock and awe. Let's let the young man off with a warning this time. I would hate to end the career of a future hero before it even begins. Death Arms and Kamui began to think about it and let it go. Not before Death Arms gave Izuku one last look before walking off. Izuku let out a held breath as the heroes returned to the crowd and turned to look at All Might. The number one hero gave him a wide smile as he spoke, young Midoriya. Again, what you did was reckless. You should leave it to the heroes, or at least wait until you get your hero license before rushing headlong into danger like that. But I must thank you, young Midoriya. Izuku looked at All Might in confusion, tilting his head as he spoke up. What do you mean, All Might? For reminding me that the greatest are the ones that move without thinking to save even just one person. All Might said to the verdette. He placed a hand on the teen's shoulder and spoke one more time. I look forward to seeing how you grow as a hero, young Midoriya. All Might stepped away, gave the teen one last wave, and leapt off. So you are the one of the ones with potential Aizawa was talking about. Yes, I can't wait to see what kind of hero you grow into, young Midoriya. Maybe you are who I am looking for. Izuku watched as All Might disappeared into the sky. He was interrupted by the abrasive voice of Bakugo. Listen here, Deku. Izuku turned to look at the ash-blonde teen. Don't think this changes anything. We're still settling things at UA. Bakugo began to walk away before calling out to the verdette one more time. Don't beep up, Deku. I won't accept this being a damn fluke. Izuku shook his head in disbelief at the explosion user's words. He didn't let them bother him too much, choosing to let the medics do their job. With how much he pushed his quirk, he didn't want to risk using his Vitality Psych in case it somehow made things worse. Once they were done, he stood up on shaky legs and looked at the girl. She gave him one last look and smiled softly at him. Izuku returned the smile and walked over to her. He took in her features as he started to blush. From her slim, maturing figure, to her silky raven black hair and deep gray eyes. And of course, the very noticeable black cat hoodie coat. Everything just seemed right to him when he looked at her. The medics checking on her just finished as he neared her. She thanked the medics and focused on him. Hey, Izuku spoke up, how are you holding up? Fine, she responded, I mean, aside from still finding bits of sludge in my hoodie. Izuku gave her a cringed look. Yeah, that sounds like a wonderful time. The two stood in silence, Izuku due to his awkward nature since he didn't talk to girls too often, at least until recently he learned, and the girl herself struggling to bring up a certain topic. Well, Izuku started, I'm glad I was able to get to you in time. I hope you stay safe out there. Izuku turned to leave after giving the girl one last soft smile. Before he got too far away, he heard the girl speak up. Not exactly how I thought our first IRL meeting would go. Izuku stopped and quickly turned to the girl after hearing her. Confusion was apparent on his face as he looked at her. She took that as a sign to keep going. Honestly, I was hoping for something a little more chill. Maybe go searching for heroes on HS. Izuku's eyes widened in realization. He took a tentative step toward the girl and asked a question he wanted an answer for. He had to be sure. Cat. The girl gave him a sad smile before nodding. Hey Bun Bun. Izuku stood there, mouth agape as his mind rushed to find the next question to ask her. What happened to you? I kept trying to reach you. L left you so many messages on HS to just let you know how I was doing and trying to get a hold of you. I'm sorry. Her response was quiet as her apology hung in the air. Her hands went to tug the ears of her hoodie, pulling it down over her face, her coat's crooked tail drooping as she spoke. Some things happened and I had to get away from some people in my life. Lost my phone and couldn't access my account. Even when I tried to get it back, I couldn't for some reason. She brought out her phone as she kept speaking, so I started a new one. Even sent you a team-up request. Her expression shifted to pout. A rather cute pout and one that Izuku tried his hardest not to blush even more than he had when he looked at her. She leaned forward slightly, getting in his face. One you still haven't responded to yet, by the way. You did. Izuku began to panic slightly. He hadn't even looked at his phone recently with everything that had been happening. Sure enough, he had a new notification of HS about a team-up. HS. The show cat agency requests a team-up. Do you accept? Oops. Izuku sheepishly said to the girl. He immediately hit accept and he was once again friends with Cat. Really? Oops. The girl questioned him while crossing her arms under her chest, causing her beeps to become much more noticeable to the verdette. Would you believe me if I said today has been rather interesting? He rubbed the back of his head as he continued with his excuse. To be honest, not the first run-in I had with that blob of sludge. He tried to get me earlier today. What? The girl yelped. But I was able to get an autograph from All Might out of it. And I may have been geeking out over that for the past hour. Izuku gave her a shaky smile as she gave him a stern look. He was worried and wanted her to say something just to break the awkward tension. Sounds like you dork. She replied with a huff. A soft smile formed after that as she began to chuckle, turning into a full fit of laughter. Izuku began to laugh with her, the tension dying out as the two friends had reconnected after so long. Their laughter began to slow down and the two shared a look as they smiled at one another. Izuku brought out his hand and spoke. Izuku, head of the BUNYMIGHT agency. The girl raised her hand to meet his and held it. Shoka, head of the new show cat agency. Nice to meet you again, Shoka. The two teens let go of the other's hand reluctantly. Same here, Izuku. Izuku then had a sudden epiphany and fumbled with his phone. Oh. I have something for you. Been holding on to it for a while. Izuku began to mess around with his HS account and sent over something to Shoka. Since you said you have to start over, let me help you out a bit. Who better to have on your team than Lady Nagant? Shoka's phone chimed and she looked down. Her eyes widened at the screen. On it was a stylized Lady Nagant as she was added to Shoka's new roster. Her mouth dropped as she looked at Izuku. You found her. Yeah, I kept her in my inactive roster, waiting for this moment. Izuku stated. Small tears began to form in the corners of Shoka's eyes. She looked back down at her phone. And with a quiet, shaky voice, she spoke up, thanks Izuku. She looked up at Izuku and the two just shared another smile. Izuku, not wanting to waste this chance, asked Shoka a question. So, w want to go somewhere? Maybe get a cup of coffee. Izuku's nervousness began to build up, a blush forming on his cheeks as he looked off to the side, his eyes darting back and forth to look at Shoka as he spoke. I know a really good cafe. Might have been wanting tea to take a friend there for a long time now. Shoka chuckled at Izuku, causing his blush to deepen at hearing her melodious laugh. Sounds good. I could go for a cup of joe. Sounds like this one place I heard about from a friend of mine. He really hyped it up. Great. Izuku suddenly yelped before trying to recollect himself and recover from his embarrassing answer. I mean, great. Shoka moved past Izuku and turned around, bringing her arms behind her back as she leaned forward. Then what are we waiting for, dork? Izuku and Shoka walked away from the scene, leaving behind the crowd of civilians, heroes, and police officers as they made their way to Cafe Wildcat. The two chatted about anything and everything, all while messing around with Hero Scramble. Chapter text. UA. University, Saturday. Aizawa sat in the lounge looking over some class files. For the first time in his career teaching at the Hero University, Aizawa had to drop an entire class throughout the first week. 20 students. Every single one of them dropped from the Hero course and straight into the General Education course. Normally it was 5 at most in the early months of their studies. But this entire class had tested his patience. 3 were dropped before classes even started for having a rather vicious brawl in their dorms. They caused severe damage to the living room and kitchen. Then the first day happened. He ran his usual quirk assessment test to see if the hero hopefuls would be creative with their quirks or push themselves enough that they showed they didn't just coast on by with them. Apparently, some of them thought that they were safe because the worst 3 were already cut from the course. They were wrong. 5 more students were dropped that day. That seemed to make the others realize how wrong they were to treat this as a game. Then there were the battle trials the day after. For once in their short time there, the students took things seriously. Most handled the exercise well. Then there were 4 who took things too far and nearly crippled each other due to extreme competitiveness. He dropped them from the course in Recovery Girl's office while they were still getting treated. Then they had to elect course officials. And they somehow beeped that up too. When they couldn't make a decision, Aizawa made the executive decision that no one either earned or deserved those positions. 2 of his students took it up with Nezu. And the dean just laughed in their faces and dropped them for Aizawa. He still needed to get the Chimera a box of tea for that. Then when Friday rolled around, the remaining 6 were allowed to undergo rescue training at the USJ, believing that with only 6 of them, there shouldn't be any issues. Aizawa wanted to quit. The 6 of them argued and fought over how to do things correctly or who did what. It was enough that even 13 threw them all out of the facility. And with that, Aizawa was left with no students in his course. There was a chance for them to earn their spots back later, but he really only thought that a few of them deserved a second chance. But he will have to wait and see. For now, that gave him plenty of time for 3 things: sleep, patrols, and planning Midoriya's and Shinso's training. And for that, he had to admit he needed some advice for their physical training. And he begrudgingly went to someone he didn't really care for. Yagi. Aizawa's tired voice droned out. Sitting at a desk of his own was Yagi Toshinori, better known as the Number 1 Hero All Might, working on several documents for the coming year. He was currently in his normal form wearing a navy blue suit that was oversized on his skeletal frame. The Number 1 Hero looked up from his paperwork and smiled at his future colleague. "Hello Aizawa. What can I do for you today?" Aizawa debated with himself one last time to determine if this was worth it. "I already walked over from my desk. Do you remember those 2 high school students I have been mentoring for the last several months?" Aizawa asked. All Might gave him an enthusiastic nod. "Of course. I even had the pleasure of meeting one of them earlier this week. Midoriya Izuku." Aizawa narrowed his eyes. His problem child senses were screaming at him. "Did you now?" he inquired. All Might didn't sense anything wrong, so he continued sharing his encounter with Izuku. "Yes. I was chasing a fleeing villain who unfortunately gave me the slip for just a moment. When I found him, he was in the middle of trying to take young Midoriya hostage. But he was able to evade capture and defended himself with ease. He even helped me contain the villain." Aizawa continued to listen, waiting for the other shoe to drop. Self-defense he can forgive. But after spending time training both Midoriya and Shinso, he knew how they were. Midoriya would do something stupid. However, All Might continued his retelling. "I didn't completely secure the villain on my way to turn him over to the police, much to my own shame and disappointment. The villain freed himself and took 2 other high school students as hostages. The heroes tried their best but were unable to do anything to him, and they even had the gall to say they should wait for a hero with the right quirk. All Might looked down. Not that I was any better. All Might began to crumple the paper in his hands at that part, his ever-present smile shifting into a frown. He didn't notice Aizawa grit his teeth after hearing that. But all seemed lost. Young Midoriya stepped up. There it was. And I must say your training paid off in spades. He used his quirk effectively, dodging the villain and working to disable him. Then, to free the hostages, he attacked the villain's weak spot, giving him time to remove the sludge holding the 2 hostages and free them. This allowed me to finish off the villain as I was able to jump in, just in time. Really? Midoriya did that? Aizawa questioned. All Might saw Aizawa's shaggy black hair begin to rise up hauntingly into the air. He realized then that he might have accidentally thrown Izuku under the bus. My apologies, young Midoriya. Yes, but while I did praise him for his heroic action, I did reprimand him about acting so recklessly and jumping in without thinking. All Might added while raising his hands in a placating manner, hoping to soften whatever punishment the teen would inevitably face at the hands of Aizawa. Aizawa just stared at All Might, the blonde hero beginning to sweat under the other man's gaze. Aizawa hummed and had an idea in mind to handle Midoriya. I see. Seems like I need to make sure my lessons stick when it comes to Midoriya. But that will come later. Aizawa took a seat in front of All Might and said, I need a physical training plan for Midoriya and Shinso. You obviously are better suited for something like that, so I am willing to ask for your help here. All Might brought his hand to his chin as he began to think. Several ideas crossed his mind, and we would need to know what sort of build the 2 teams would need to work for to suit their fighting styles. His eyes widened at a recent memory. He smiled as he began to plan things out. Aizawa, he began, do you know Takoba Beach? Aizawa gave a nod to the blonde hero. That would be a perfect opportunity for the 2 teams. Have them work on removing the trash there. All Might raised a hand as he began to count out his points. 1. It would give them the physical exercise they need without them building up their muscles. 2. Between the 2 of them I can see that they should finish with time to spare to get used to their new bodies. And 3. It would be a good community project. A way to help teach them one of the more forgotten aspects of being a hero. Aizawa looked at All Might with a slight increase in respect. He nodded once more and placed a paper on the desk. A good idea. Surprisingly well thought out from you. All Might's sweat dropped at the backhanded compliment but took it in stride. Let's work with this. Mind helping me plan things out? Aizawa asked. Of course, answered All Might. The 2 began to discuss a plan for the 2 hero hopefuls. All Might asked that they go to Takoba so that they could plan things more efficiently since they could see what they were working with. Aizawa grunted in agreement, even if he didn't want to. Yagi, make the first week harsher for Midoriya. That will be his punishment for earlier this week. All Might slowly nodded and offered a small prayer for Izuku. Takoba Beach, Sunday. Izuku and Shinso arrived at Takoba Beach early Sunday morning to meet with Aizawa. Izuku was wearing comfortable workout clothes consisting of a black shirt, black shorts with a white stripe down the side of the legs, and his usual red shoes with a blue short-sleeved hoodie to keep warm during the early morning hours. Shinso wore a blue denim jacket on top of a long-sleeved white striped shirt, a pair of loose jeans, and purple sneakers. Both teens looked at the cluttered beach with a mix of shock, disgust, and remorse. As far as their eyes could see, piles upon piles of trash littered every square inch of sand. From old appliances to miscellaneous scrap to even an old beat-up truck, the state of the once pristine beach was deplorable. Shinso couldn't help but comment, geez, how did it get this bad? People just took advantage of a situation. I remember hearing about the ocean currents causing salvage and trash to wash up on shore. Izuku explained to his friend. I guess someone thought that they could get away with dumping their trash as well. Then someone copied them and so on and so on. And now, you 2 are going to clean it up. Izuku and Shinso turned around to face the voice. Aizawa had arrived while they were discussing the state of the beach and listened in on his students. He walked past the 2 teens and looked over the beach-turned-landfill. From this day forward, you 2 will be working to clean up this beach. This will double as your physical training and a form of community service. explained the underground hero. He turned around to address the two teens. Every day, after school you will meet me here so that I can oversee your progress as you work. On Saturdays, we will work on sparring and quirk training. Sundays are free for you to do what you want. I expect between the two of you, you should be able to clean this beach with a few months to spare before the UA entrance exams. When you finish, we will work on refining anything else I had you train in. Both two teens gave the older man a determined look, ready to tackle the next part of their training. Yes, sensei. Hidden by his capture scarf, Aizawa gave the two teens a soft smile at their resolve. Good, Aizawa said, be sure to look these plans over. These go over how you two will handle removing the trash from the beach, your meal plans to help ensure healthy growth, and the schedule for this entire endeavor. Aizawa then gave the two a hardened look, causing both of them to stiffen up under her glare, and my same rules apply. You will both give it your all. Should you complain or decide that this is below you, I will no longer give you my time and you will have to train on your own. Your grades will not falter, or you will train on your own. Aizawa's eyes began to glow red as his hair and scarf floated menacingly. Am I understood? Yes, sensei. Aizawa dropped his intense aura and Izuku and Shinso began to read over the plans he gave them. He waited for Izuku to notice the discrepancy between the two plans. Aizawa-sensei. A confused Izuku asked his teacher. Noticed the difference, problem child. Aizawa simply responded. Izuku felt a shiver travel up his spine at his nickname. He gulped, concerned about what that meant. Yes, I noticed that Shinso's plan is slightly different from mine for the first week. Is there a reason for that? Aizawa gave Izuku an unnerving smile. He spoke with a tone of amusement. Yes, problem child. Consider it your punishment for jumping into the middle of a villain attack, and using your quirk illegally. For the first week, you will remove double the amount of trash Shinso does each day. I would have just dropped you, but I would rather not lose a promising student, even if you are a problem child. Izuku lowered his head in shame but gave the older man a shaky nod. Shinso took pity on his friend and gave him a pat on the back. Understood, sensei. The teen answered dejectedly. Good. For now, enjoy your time off. We start tomorrow. Cafe Wildcat. After being dismissed by Aizawa for the day, Izuku and Shinso decided to hang out at Cafe Wildcat for a creative brainstorming session to work out new ideas for their quirks. Both teens took their usual place at the main counter of the cafe, BK and LK taking their place on their respective human perches as they watched the teens work. RK took her spot in the chair to the right of Izuku, taking the time to rest for a while. Mr. H walked up and placed their usual drinks in front of the two. So, what are we trying to come up with today? Mr. H inquired. Izuku looked up from his notebook and answered, just working out some new ideas for our quirks. I'm trying to work on a new pin idea. I'm trying to think of a new application for my quirk. Shinso chimed in. Aizawa said I have my quirk used during a fight, but I don't have anything outside of one. Shinso took a sip of his coffee, letting the dark blend work its magic. Mr. H took a moment to think about Shinso's dilemma. He looked back at the Indigote and spoke, all right. So your quirk is brainwashing, which allows you to take control of a person who responds to you. You can use it to gather intel from villains and criminals and you mix quips and jokes into your fighting style in order to get your opponent to slip up and talk to you. Shinso nodded while Izuku listened in, curious about where Mr. H was going with this. So let's throw out a hypothetical. You're infiltrating a villain's hideout that's on high alert. The criminals inside aren't just going to answer to a random voice they don't recognize. So, how can you work around that? Mr. H questioned. Izuku brought a hand to his chin imagining this scenario. Shinso closed his eyes to do the same. Mr. H just watched them, waiting for them to figure out an answer. After a moment, Shinso answered, find a way to make them respond. Maybe trick them somehow. Ding ding ding. We're right on track, my caffeine-dependent Padawan. M.H. cheerily responded. And there is a way to do that. Acting. Shinso blinked in confusion at Mr. H's suggestion. More specifically, Mr. H continued, voice acting. Impressions. Learn to flex your vocals. Another idea, learn to throw your voice. That will really confuse someone you are trying to evade or gain control. That would be a great application of your quirk, Shinso, Izuku commented. It does sound like it, but where would I start? Asked Shinso looking at the verdette. Mr. H gave the teens a grin. Easy. I may have some experience with vocal training. I know a few people in the music and film industry. Picked up a few exercises to get you started. Mr. H went back to thinking about the rest of this idea. Once his thoughts were clear, he gave out one more idea. I would recommend that whatever support equipment you have made should also be able to boost those skills in some way. It's not like impressions and impersonations are completely accurate. Shinso gave the idea some thought but couldn't help but smile at the idea. So, what do we need to do to get started? Well, first things first. Mr. H began. He then proceeded to take away Shinso's coffee. The Indigoat looked on with a distraught expression, even reaching out slightly to protest the removal of his drink. Izuku did his best to hide his amusement at the scene. Gotta have you drink something else. If we are gonna train your voice, we will make sure we get the best results. So, what's your mood? Warm water or herbal tea? Mr. H asked the still shaken teen. Shinso was quiet for a minute before weakly responding to Mr. H. Tea, please. Mr. H nodded and went to make a cup of tea for Shinso. The sleepy teen proceeded to lay his head against the counter, lightly weeping at the loss of his caffeine. Izuku could only look on with some sympathy for his friend. A little dramatic, don't you think? Ah, Izuku jumped at the voice coming from his right. He turned and saw Shoka had joined them without making a sound. Izuku brought a hand to his chest trying to calm down from the sudden appearance of the raven-haired girl, speaking to her once his heart settled. Shoka. Don't sneak up on me like that. Izuku blinked a few times. Wait, how did you sneak up on us? Shoka shrugged playfully. Skills. Gotta get on my level, dork. She looked at Izuku, giving him a small smirk. RK meowed happily at the girl's arrival, quickly moving to sit on her lap. Shoka smiled at the cat and proceeded to shower it with affection. Anyway, she said, moving the conversation along, what are you two doing? Shinso and I are brainstorming ideas for our quirks. Mr. H came up with the idea of Shinso possibly learning how to voice act in a way. Explained Izuku. Shoka nodded as she followed along. Izuku then shot up in realization. Oh, you two still haven't been introduced. Izuku nudged Shinso, getting the Indigoat's attention. Shinso gave a brief glance at Shoka, raising an eyebrow as he looked at Izuku. The verdette began to speak up. Shinso, this is Shoka. She's my friend from HS. Shinso's eyes narrowed at Shoka, the ravenet returning the stare as if to challenge him. Shinso asked for clarity, this cat. Izuku flinched at Shinso's tone, understanding what his friend was implying. Why yeah. Shoka looked at Shinso, ready to speak up if the teen had something to say to her. Before either could raise their voice, Mr. H came over, his presence diffusing the situation. Here ya go brood. Some nice herbal tea for you. He then looked at the new addition to the group and addressed her, Shoka. How ya doing today? I'm all right Mr. H, replied Shoka. The older man nodded at the teen. So, what's your mood for today? Mr. H inquired while pointing to the menu board. Shoka read over the items listed before ordering. I'll take the house blend for now. Sure thing, Mr. H replied with some mirth. Let me make you a cup. Mr. H left the teens alone while preparing a cup for Shoka. The girl turned to Izuku, her lips forming into a teasing smirk. So, you like to talk about me to your friend? Izuku blushed and began to rub the back of his head as he tried to stutter a response. Before he could, Shinso spoke up. Yeah, all the time. You and someone else named Lady Materia on HS. Shinso sent Shoka a hard glare while still speaking. Kept trying to talk to you when you just up and disappeared. Left you a whole bunch of messages on there too. Izuku again tried to calm down the tension between his friends but Shoka beat him to the punch this time, so I heard. Trust me, I didn't want to ghost him. She gave Izuku a quick saddened look before focusing on RK. I just. Guys, Izuku called out, startling the two teens at his sides. Let's let's just move past it, okay? The air was tense. Shoka and Shinso had one more stare down, while Izuku looked on and sighed heavily. The silence was broken by Mr. H, "That's enough, you two," he said as he proceeded to place Shoka's coffee in front of her. He gave the two teens a look before speaking again. "Whatever issues you two have, will have to be worked out elsewhere. This counter is now dubbed neutral ground. Are we clear?" The two teens nodded at the older man. He accepted their compliance and refocused the conversation back to Izuku's and Shinso's quirk training. Now, where were we? Izuku and Shoka left a few hours later, giving Shinso and Mr. H more time to practice the vocal exercises the older man brought up. The two were quiet as they just wandered around Musudafu for a while, unsure of what to talk about. "Izuku," Shoka called out to the verdette. "Yeah, Shoka," wondered Izuku. "Why are you trying so hard to be a hero?" Shoka asked. "That's like everybody's dream. What makes it so special?" Izuku didn't hesitate to answer her, "Because I mostly just want to help people. Maybe inspire others to do the same. Even if it's just one more person who chooses to be a hero because of me, then I helped add one more good thing to the world. Maybe even make someone else's world a bit bigger." He looked at the girl, gave her a smile, and posed like All Might. "Besides, even if everyone wants to be a hero, there will only be one me." Shoka snorted at her friend, PFF'd. "Geez, way to lay on the cheese there, dork. Well, one way to help people is to get them to smile. So my job is done," Izuku retorted as he pointed to her obvious grin. Yeah, replied Shoka. The two teens continued their walk before Izuku asked his own question. "Shoka, you told me you never considered being a hero before, and that you doubt you'd be a good one." He turned his head to look at the girl. "Why do you think that?" Shoka went quiet for a bit before speaking. "I just think I wouldn't be a good fit. I just can't think of a good reason. I mean, helping people is nice and all, but I'm not the best people person." "You met Bakugo. You think you would be worse than him?" Izuku retorted. "Ha." Shoka let out a laugh. "Okay, maybe I'm not as bad as him, still pretty bad though." Shoka went into thought as Izuku waited for her to continue. "I just don't know, Izuku. You see so many bad things that either happen to heroes or happen because of heroes. Makes you wonder if that's just the norm. Heck, even my own hero had her moment of infamy." Shoka added on sadly. "Made it hard to want to see the hero world in a good light after that." Izuku considered all that she said and gave it some thought. Shoka went quiet, just letting silence fill the air. Izuku finally spoke up. "Well, it's not an easy job. I've had that drilled into me by mine and Shinso-sensei. But, maybe you can be a hero that helps change things. Do all they can to find the right way." He stopped and turned to face Shoka. "But, it's up to you, Shoka. Whether or not you want to be a hero or something else, it's your choice. And if you do choose to be a hero, you won't be alone." Shoka looked at Izuku, listening intently to what he said next. "Because I am here for you." Shoka shook her head at Izuku, a small, mirthful smile forming on her lips as her coat's crooked tail swayed slightly. "Thanks, dork. I'll think about it." A train pulls into Teituan Station as night settles over Musudafu. The small crowd of late-night commuters exits the train. A woman follows along after them, stepping onto the platform. She is a tall, pale woman with long black hair that is split in the middle, her long bangs framing her face. She has sharp, mature teal eyes surrounded by a small amount of eyeshadow and thick lips colored pink by the lipstick she is wearing. She has a curvaceous, mature figure that is accentuated by a gray suit jacket with black, pink, and teal palm tree and floral designs printed on it and is buttoned in a way that shows off a generous amount of her cleavage. A gold necklace with a black stone sits on her chest, with a small chain connected to the end that falls between her beeps. The outfit is completed with several bracelets around her left wrist, a pair of black shorts hidden by the hem of the jacket, and beige open-toe high heels with her finger and toenails painted teal. The woman takes a brief look around the station as she walks to the wall, looking out into the city. Her eyes scan the immediate area as her expression becomes a mixture of determination and mania. "Don't worry, Shoka darling. I will find you and bring you home where you belong." She starts to descend the steps and walks the streets of Musudafu, beginning her search. And I won't let anything stand in between us. Takoba Beach, Monday. The sound of metal scraping against metal could be heard at the landfill beach of Takoba. Izuku struggled to lift a broken appliance, looking to get a better hold of the old machine while Shinso ran back and forth carrying various amounts of trash from the beach to the dumpster Aizawa had gotten so that the waste would be taken away elsewhere. It was the first day of their physical training, and within the first hour, Izuku and Shinso had managed to carve out a small pocket near the stairs. This allowed them to begin sectioning off areas for them to tackle together. Any piece of trash or scrap that was easily manageable, the teens handled on their own. If it was a larger piece or heavy appliance, they would work together to remove it from the pile. For anything too large, Izuku was given permission to use Excalibur to cut it down to a more manageable size. Aizawa had strictly forbidden him from using Orbit unless they came across something too difficult to handle. The gruff underground hero wanted Izuku to build his muscles, not his quirk if he could help it. Izuku managed to lift up the broken appliance he was trying to move and slowly made his way to the stairs, making sure to watch his step so he didn't tumble back down them. He struggled to lift it into the dumpster, trying his best to hoist it by any means. Shinso saw this and rushed over to help. He grabbed the other end and the two prepared to toss it in. "Thanks, Shinso," Izuku said. He looked at the dumpster and spoke, "Okay. On 3. Shinso gave him a nod and started the count, 1, 2, 3. The two teens pulled back and swung the appliance into the air, gravity then pulling it down and into the dumpster. With the sound of a satisfying crash, the two teens smiled. They then turned to look at their progress. There were still piles upon piles of trash littering the beach, but at least they could see a small patch of sand now. "Well," Izuku said, "it's a start." He turned to look at Shinso, who snorted at the verdette's words. "Yep, 2 hours down, and who knows how many more to go." A small smirk formed on his face, "But it's progress, I guess." The two looked back at the beach. The evening sun begins to start its descent to the horizon and casts its light on the hills and mountains of forgotten and discarded trash. But from the dark and rusting piles of metal, a small patch of sand shone among it, acting as a sign of the hard work the two put into the start of their training. And a reminder of their goal. "Good work, you two," Aizawa's voice called out. The two teens turned to look at their mentor as he joined them. "Take a break, Midoriya. You still have another hour for your punishment," the older man said. "Yes, Aizawa-sensei," Izuku responded. The verdette walked over to their bags and pulled out his water bottle and sat down to rest. Aizawa then focused on Shinso. "Shinso, you're done for the day. You're free to leave if you want to." Shinso spared a glance at Izuku and spoke up, "I think I'll stay for a bit. Make sure Izuku doesn't go, plus ultra, on us." "Hey," Izuku interrupted, "I'm not that bad," he muttered in a low tone. "Yes, you are. I call you problem child for a reason." Izuku pouted and turned to the side, trying to reassure himself that he really wasn't that bad. "Besides," Shinso continued, "Izuku, Mr. H, and I came up with a new application for my quirk. I might as well do some of the exercises Mr. H taught me to get started. If Izuku is going to work, I should too." "Then get to it," Aizawa said to the Indigote. Shinso nodded and sat next to Izuku, reading his own quirk notebook Izuku had started for him. He focused on the newest section that listed several vocal exercises that Mr. H had taught him. Aizawa gave him a few pointers he knew from when his friend and fellow pro hero, Present Mike, warmed up for his own radio show or when he used his quirk. While Shinso practiced, Izuku worked for the next hour handling trash removal. He chipped away at the section he and Shinso started earlier, removing various appliances and bits of scrap, and making good headway at cleaning it up. By the time his hour of punishment was over, he could feel his muscles burning as even the slightest movement took tremendous effort to pull off. Izuku and Shinso stood in front of Aizawa as he addressed the two. "Good work for today, Midoriya." Izuku straightened up. "Way to stick with it. Make sure you get some rest. You got another 4 days of this." "Yes, sensei." Izuku gave Aizawa a shaky smile. "Shinso, The indigoat looked at his mentor with a tired expression. Good job as well. And congrats on finding a new way to work with your quirk. I will talk with Mike later and see if he has any more pointers to share. For now, go home, get some rest. We'll meet again at the same time tomorrow. Aizawa dismissed the two as he left the beach. Izuku and Shinso watched Aizawa leave, both of them going to grab their things and getting ready to leave themselves. So what do you plan to do when you get home? Izuku asked his friend. Homework. Then sleep if I can. Shinso replied dryly. Izuku chuckled but nodded in understanding. He waved to Shinso who began to walk back home. Izuku walked the other way and came across his other friend, who was sitting on the railing with a drink in her hands. Hey, dork, Shoka chimed. How are the muscles? Sore and wanting to kick my own ass but can't even move to do so, Izuku said jokingly. Well here, Shoka handed him the drink in her hands. Mr. H told me you'd be here. Said you might need a pick-me-up. Thanks. Izuku accepted the drink and took a sip, before humming in satisfaction and taking a large gulp. Strawberry and melon, he commented. He continued to walk as Shoka fell into step alongside him. So how have you been, Shoka? Izuku asked. Been all right. Just another day, you know. Shoka replied nonchalantly. Decided to drop by and see how the hero training was going for you. I see. The vedette said. Gotta say. Looking good out there, muscles. Pretty soon your twigs will turn to sticks. She gave him a playful smirk, maybe even upgrade them to branches. Oh ha ha, Shoka. He deadpanned. The girl continued to smile while Izuku gave her a small chuckle, which turned to him gripping his stomach as his muscles tensed. Shoka watched with slight concern as Izuku recovered. After a moment to catch his breath, the two continued on. So, got any plans for the night? Izuku asked. Nah, Shoka replied quickly, might just walk around a bit. She turned to Izuku, unless you got something you wanna do. Izuku shook his head as he answered, not really. I just plan to head home and do some work. Maybe figure out this new psych pin I've been thinking about. Shoka looked off in the distance after hearing his answer. I see. There was a silence building up then. Shoka seemed to shut down a bit as Izuku saw her go quiet. He began to work out an idea and figured he might as well offer, well, if you don't have much going on, you can come over for dinner at least. I don't think my mom will mind having a visitor. Shoka seemed to blush at his offer, turning her head slightly to hide it. Her coat's crooked tail straightened up at her surprise. She gave him an answer with a hint of embarrassment in her words, sure. Sounds like a plan. As the two teens walked to the Midoriya residence, Izuku began to realize what he had asked, his eyes going wide as his mind ran with implications. He was just hoping his mom wouldn't read the situation wrong when he sent her a message about bringing home a friend. He would let future Izuku worry about that. For now, he had a question to ask. Hey, Shoka, what is that hoodie of? I feel like I recognize it from somewhere. Shoka looked at Izuku and smiled. It's Mr. Mew. He's a mascot of a clothes brand that's pretty big in Shibuya. This was the first thing I ever bought when I got there. Izuku nodded as he began to think about it. It suits you. My baby brought home a girl. Inko squealed in delight as she quickly cleared the distance between her and her son and she brought him into a tight embrace. Shoka swore she heard his bones crack and his soul leave his body as it happened. She was more impressed by how Inko managed to stay hydrated with the amount of tears she produced. Oh, I'm sorry, Inko said as she released Izuku. His body crumpled onto the floor now that both his muscles and bones were reduced to nothing. I'm Inko, Izuku's mother. Hi, Mrs. Midoriya. I'm Sakurane Shoka, Shoka answered respectfully. Inko gave her a bright smile. And how do you know my Izuku? From Hero Scramble, ma'am. We've been friends on there for a while, explained Shoka. Inko's eyes widened in realization. Her smile grew wider as she spoke. You must be Kat. Izuku was always talking about you. It's good to finally meet you, dear. Inko went to hold Shoka's hand as the introductions were done. Now, I'm going to finish making dinner. She turned to her son who was now struggling to stand up off the floor. Izuku sweetie, why don't you go wash up? Aizawa must have worked you to the bone and a shower will do you wonders. Shoka dear, feel free to relax while you wait. Thanks, Mrs. Midoriya, Shoka replied. Inko left to head back to the kitchen. The Ravenet looked to her friend, shook her head, and looked on in amusement. Come on dork. Don't go limp on me. Shoka moved to his side and helped him up. She put his arm around her shoulder and they moved on to his room. Thanks for the assist Shoka. I honestly thought I was going to be stuck down there. Izuku whimpered. Dinner was a peaceful affair. Shoka felt relaxed in the Midoriya household, enjoying her time with the two vedettes. Inko treated her with kindness, taking the time to ask her questions and trying to get to know her. And much to the Midoriya matriarch's joys, sharing stories about her son, much to Izuku's embarrassment, and teasing the two teens. Afterward, Izuku and Shoka went to his room, though not without having to deal with one last round of teasing by Inko. Now remember you two, it's too early to give me grandbabies. Inko's voice rang out in amusement. Shoka blushed and gripped her hoodie in an attempt to hide, her crooked tail standing straight as it seemed to twitch. Izuku just stuttered in embarrassment, trying to deny anything like that happening. As Inko laughed at the two teens' reaction, Izuku and Shoka entered his room. Izuku went over to his desk, began to set up his sketchbook and took out his Sight Concepts notebook. Shoka took the time to look around the room. All over the room was a large amount of hero memorabilia. Various posters and figures filled the walls and shelves, making her smirk at his nerdy side. She looked over his shoulder at his desk and noticed several notebooks on the shelf above it. 14 of them were labeled, Hero Analysis for the Future, on each of them and numbered accordingly. Next to those were several sketchbooks that she assumed were filled with various sketches and doodles Izuku must have worked on. There was an old, worn-down book under the pile, the spine faded with the book's title, Quirk Revolution, being barely visible to read. Next to the desk, she saw a corkboard on the wall with several pins showcasing different kinds of heroes in one corner. All across the rest of it were various sketches of pins Izuku thought up or made. Several pictures of Izuku with Mr. H, Shinso, or his mom darted across the board in different spots. There was one picture of a much younger Izuku being held by a man who looked like an older version of the vedette, only with messy black hair instead of green. She saw a pin press machine nearby within its own cluttered, chaotic mess. So this is where the magic happens, huh? Shoka remarked. Yeah, though gotta get through a lot of common ranks before I get a plus ultra rank pin made. Izuku joked as he looked through his sketchbook. Sounds about right, Shoka commented. She moved back over to the desk and moved a hand to the sketchbooks. Do you mind? She asked. Izuku looked up at her over his shoulder before he saw where her hand was. Oh, yeah, that's fine, Shoka. She nodded in thanks and took one of the sketchbooks, moving over to his bed as she began to flip through and looked at each design Izuku worked on. She couldn't help but smile at the green rabbit that was the focus of each design. And while she slipped through the pages, Izuku began to work on an idea but kept stopping to start over. He huffed in annoyance as he leaned back into his chair. Hitting a wall there, Shoka remarked. She closed the sketchbook and got up to walk over to Izuku. She looked over his shoulder to see what he was working on. On the page, she saw various depictions of the same green rabbit in a defensive stance. Yeah, I am trying to come up with a defensive psych for me to use but I can't get the idea for it. Izuku lamented as he closed his eyes. Shoka leaned over him to get a better look at the sketches. She thought about it and spoke her mind. Well, why not think of it like you're a tank? They're supposed to be damage sponges. It was said casually but Izuku's eyes widened as they flashed with inspiration. Izuku suddenly stood up and looked at Shoka. She jumped in surprise at his action and looked at him curiously. Shoka, that's it, you're a genius. She blinked owlishly at him before speaking, really? Yes, Izuku answered. A tank takes damage, but they are a shield for their party members. And the best tanks are the ones who are resolute in their role. He quickly went to his sketchbook and began to draw a new design at a frantic pace. Shoka watched on in amazement as a new design seemed to come to life on the page. A bunny with a shield ready to defend. Izuku turned to look at Shoka once more and gave her the brightest smile. Thanks, Shoka. Shoka's eyes looked to the side as she was fighting off a heavy blush. She smiled though, happy to hear he took her idea so seriously. That he had listened to her. She tried her best to ignore the fact the coat's crooked tail began to sway vigorously, matching her elation. No problem, dork, she said softly. Takoba Beach, Thursday. Izuku and Shinso sat on the stairs leading to the beach of Takoba. They had finally cleared the first section they had started already, mostly due to Izuku's extra punishment. The two were resting before Izuku had to start today's punishment. I will have to go on patrol early tonight, so I trust you will follow through with your punishment, Midoriya, stated Aizawa. Yes, sensei, the verdette answered truthfully. Aizawa didn't really think Izuku would skimp out on it, he trusted him, but he still had to play the role of a teacher. Aizawa gave a nod and left it at that, leaving the two teens on the beach. Izuku stood up, stretched a few more times, and spoke up. Well, better get started. He went through his backpack and took out his headphones. Putting them on, and starting his music, Izuku set a timer and got to work. Shinso stayed to make sure Izuku didn't hurt himself. Sure, Izuku had his vitality psych, but it didn't hurt to have someone there to make sure something didn't go wrong. While Izuku worked, Shinso began to work on his vocal exercises again when he heard someone walk up to him. Still at it, huh? Shinso turned to look over his shoulder and narrowed his eyes as he saw Shoka watching Izuku work on a new section of trash. Shoka noticed and crossed her arms under her chest as she returned the glare Shinso was sending her way. Yeah, Shinso simply replied. Okay, so it's obvious you don't like me, Shoka stated. Shinso gave her a snort. Yeah, I don't. Believe me, I'm only acting civil enough because of Izuku. He turned his attention to Izuku, who was making his way to them carrying a broken microwave. He gave them a nod and kept on working, not noticing the tense air between his friends. He jogged back past them to continue his work. Look, Shoka said, I get it. I already told you I didn't want to ghost him. I know what you said, Sakurain. Doesn't change the fact that you did. Shinso replied tersely. The two continued to stare each other down. Shinso let out a sigh as he spoke again. Look, Izuku and I had to deal with a lot of shitty people growing up. He already lost one friend who went and became the biggest asshole on the planet. When I first started hanging out with Izuku, it was one of those things that just felt like a breath of fresh air. And he talked about you. All the time. Shoka looked back at Izuku and watched him move trash back and forth from the beach and the dumpster as she listened to Shinso. Then you disappeared, and he kept trying to reach you. It beeped seeing my friend have those moments of doubt, but they were always overshadowed by the faith he had that you would pop up one day. Shinso turned to Shoka, a serious look in his eyes as he said his next piece. Izuku is the kind of guy who would jump into anything just to help his friends, even if it costs him more to do it. So yeah, I don't like you, Sakurain, because I'm afraid my friend will just get hurt because of you. Prove me wrong and I might warm up to you. Things between the two went quiet after that. Shinso went back to his training while Shoka found a spot away from him to watch Izuku. Her thoughts went over what Shinso had said to her, and her own worries about her friendship with the verdette. The hour finished up and Izuku joined the two. Hey guys, everything alright? Izuku asked. Shinso glanced at Shoka. Yeah. Just getting some things off our chests. Izuku looked at his friends in concern but gave them a nod. It seemed like it would take a while before things got better between them. Cafe Wildcat, Friday. Shoka sat at the counter in the cafe early in the morning. Izuku and Shinso would have more training later today, so she was just trying to pass the time. She scratched and petted RK, who had now claimed her as her human. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed that a new cat had joined the group. The same shade of black fur and the same shade of blue eyes as the others, though this one had a patch of white fur in the shape of a heart on the front of its body, right under its neck, and between its front legs. The cat was over by BK and the two seemed to chat animatedly if their meows were anything to go by. So what's your mood for today, Shokat? Mr. H said as he suddenly appeared. Huh, oh. Just the usual, Mr. H. Shoka ordered. Got it, kid. Mr. H left the teen to her thoughts as he worked on her drink. He spoke up as he did so, noticing the girl had been sorting through her thoughts rather intently. So what's on your mind, Shokat? You seem to be thinking up a storm. Shoka was quiet for a moment before responding, just thinking about some stuff. Trying to make sense of things. This have to do with phones? Mr. H inquired. He brought over her drink and set it down in front of her. Yeah, the girl replied in a low tone, the crooked tail of her coat starting to droop. She took the cup and held it in her hands as she stared into the dark roast. Mr. H rubbed the back of his neck and sighed. Look, Shokat, he said, the best advice I can give you is to just be honest and open with him. You gotta make the move to see where things are. If they need fixing, you get down to it and fix them. As if to help his point, BK and the new cat came up to the counter, with BK meowing in agreement with Mr. H. See, even BK agrees. Mr. H said with a smile. Shoka smiled at the cat and gave him a head pat for his support. Mr. H spoke up again. One last bit of advice, Shokat. Going with the flow of things is easy to do. But don't let yourself get swept up when life changes direction. Right now, you don't know what to do and just seem to let things play out as they do. But this is the time for you to step up and make a choice for yourself. To set out and determine who you are and what you want. Mr. H said while pointing at the girl, and if you're worried about your and Phone's relationship, then take the steps needed to make it work. Phones has put a lot of faith and trust in you. Hell, the kid literally ran through fire and sludge to reach you. Might be time you reached out too. Shoka let his words sink in and began to think about what he said. After a moment, she looked at the older man and gave him a soft smile. Thanks Mr. H. for the coffee and advice. Mr. H returned her smile and shrugged. It's what I do, Shokat. Shoka arrived at Takoba Beach as Izuku and Shinso had finished up for the day. As she got closer she could pick up on their conversation. So, how does it feel to finally be free? Asked Shinso. Yay, Izuku said weakly as he gave his friend a thumbs up. Shoka shook her head in amusement as she watched. She began to walk over to the two, her head trying its best to figure out how to start this upcoming conversation. She was brought out of her thoughts when Izuku noticed her. His usual bright smile formed as he called out to her. Hey Shoka, how's it going? He asked her. Shoka went quiet for a moment before finding the courage to speak. I'm all right Izuku. She went quiet again. Izuku looked at her in concern while Shinso narrowed his eyes. She spoke up before Izuku could voice his concern. Hey, Izuku. Can we talk for a moment? Yeah, sure, Izuku replied to her request. Shinso read the room and spoke up. I'll wait over there Izuku. Shinso pointed to a bench further down the path. He made his way over and took a seat, keeping an eye on the two. Izuku wondered what Shoka needed and proceeded to question her. Is everything all right, Shoka? Shoka didn't speak right away. She wore a heavy frown as she looked down at the ground. After a moment of silence, she found the words she wanted to say. When I dropped off of HS, why did you keep trying? Izuku looked at her in confusion before answering, because you're my friend. He said it like it was the surest thing in the world. Shoka gave him a side glance and continued, yeah, but even most friends begin to think they've been ditched after a while. Most don't just send messages to a ghost. Izuku just looked at the girl, concerned. Is it really that hard to believe that I would? She huffed. Maybe. She turned around to face Izuku. Look, we were online friends. It's kind of easier to deal with people online most of the time. The people I knew IRL, well except for 2 people, found it hard to even deal with me. I got used to just having to worry about myself. That's all I really needed for a while anyway. Izuku quietly listened to Shoka as she kept talking. Most of the time, I just did things because it was easier, not really trying. Then there was you. It was just easy to talk with you on HS. Even when I was difficult during some of our early chats. She began to pull her hoodie down as she continued. You made getting through the daily grind manageable. But even then it was just hard. The people I hung out with made things boring. Made my home feel empty. They didn't even listen to me. It felt like I was talking to a wall. So I tried to get away. And later, I was forced to. Izuku looked down and let out a sigh. The day I went to Shibuya. Shoka was quiet for a moment. I saw you that day. I watched you, waiting for me. Shoka looked up with a saddened expression, but things were crazy. The people I hung out with, the people I called family for a time, weren't so keen on me just leaving. And I didn't want to drag you into my mess. Izuku gave her a pained look but understood her position. Her next words surprised him. But when I saw you by Hachiko, I felt relieved. Because standing there was my friend. She gave him a soft smile, someone who went out of his way just to hang out with me. So, thanks Izuku, for not giving up on me. And again, I'm sorry. She said gratefully. No problem Shoka, said Izuku, and I think I have an idea you might be inter. Shoka, my darling. Shoka was interrupted by a familiar voice as it rang out in the air. Shoka froze up as her eyes widened, the crooked tail of her coat standing on edge. Izuku saw a slight bit of fear in his friend's eyes and looked behind her to see a woman who looked only a few years older than them. Her outfit left little to the imagination and he would admit she was rather beautiful. But when his eyes met hers, there was a hint of rage when she looked at him. Shinso's body grew tense. He slowly moved to grab something from both his and Izuku's backpacks. The woman spoke once more addressing Shoka. Shoka, dear, it's time to end this foolishness and to come back home. Shoka began to shake as she struggled to respond. Izuku began to move in between her and the woman when she spoke up. No, Ayano. I'm not going back. She turned around and faced the now named Ayano. I'm staying. Chapter text. Takoba Beach. I'm staying. The evening air was tense at the landfill beach. Izuku and Shinso kept their eyes on the new arrival, ready to jump into action in an instant. Shoka stared at the woman who stood at the top of the stairs, a woman who chased after her all the way from Shibuya. Looking down at the teens on the beach was a woman named Ayano, who stared at Shoka with minor disbelief at the girl's words. I believe I misheard you Shoka. Ayano muttered while shaking her head. After all the searching I did, after all the worrying about your safety, your well-being. And you refused to return home to me. Shoka flinched at Ayano's words, knowing full well she meant everything she said. I didn't mean for that Ayano. But I can't stay there anymore. She looked back at Ayano, trying to maintain some amount of courage to speak. It's time I make my own choices. I can't just keep letting life pass me by. I can't just let you make choices for me. Ayano's gaze softened slightly as she looked at the teen. Oh, Shoka, I can understand you are frustrated but it is my job to guide you. Sometimes we can make the wrong decisions and I want to ensure you don't make any. The older woman took a step forward and down the stairs to the beach. She placed a hand on her chest as she spoke, and I will always look out for you. Even when you are being childish. As her feet touched the sand, Izuku and Shinso stood on alert. Shinso managed to pull out several of Izuku's pins from his backpack and his capture scarf from his. Izuku felt his quirk reach out to his pins but gave Shinso a signal to wait before they did anything. Shoka let her frustration out as she replied to Ayano, and how can I know that the decisions you make for me are right? Ayano, please, I'm not going back. Just trust me with this. Please just listen to me for once. Shoka, enough is enough. Ayano took another step forward as she spoke with finality. This must cease. Do not make me act. As Ayano focused on Shoka, she missed seeing Shinso send a brief distress message to Aizawa. Aizawa's phone let out a unique chime, one that he marked for when Midoriya or Shinso called or messaged him, as he and Nezu were in the dean's office discussing which of his dropped students had the potential to return to the hero course at a later date. I marked Mawata Fua as one of the potential students to return to the hero course. During the incident at the USJ, she did try to keep things from getting out of hand. The issue is even she broke under the pressure and that did more harm than good. She shows the drive to be better. It would be illogical that she isn't one of our top choices to come back if she does well in the sports festival. Aizawa explained. The small chimera looked over the students' files and listened to Aizawa's observations. Agreed. She has the best temperament and quirk to become a fine rescue hero. Nezu concluded. He looked at his computer and began to type away notes on Mawata's student files about her placement for return. You should also see what your personal students need from you, Aizawa. The chimera commented offhandedly. Aizawa hummed in response and checked his phone. Sleepy child. Sensei. Unknown person encountered at Takoba. Seems to be after Izuku's friend. Possibly hostile. Aizawa narrowed his eyes as he read the message. He quickly sent a reply, stood up, and addressed Nezu before leaving the office. Nezu. Midoriya and Shinso might have a situation on their hands. I'm going. Nezu himself had already moved to the door following Aizawa. Then let us be off. I will call Detective Tsukauchi to help us with support. Aizawa nodded and Nezu climbed onto his shoulder. The underground hero began to sprint through the halls, intent on getting to his students as quickly as he could. Grumpy Sensei. Permission to defend yourselves with your quirks. On my way. Good, Shinso thought as he turned his attention back to the drama in front of him. Ayano. I can't, Shoka said sadly. Ayano walked closer, ignoring Shoka's pleas. As she did, Izuku moved forward, standing in the way to shield Shoka. Ayano began to glare at the verdette and his actions. Izuku noticed the faint shape of a purple and green figure standing behind the older woman. You, Ayano uttered in anger, I advise that you stay out of our business. This is between myself and Shoka. Izuku stood his ground as he stared her down, his expression was one of defiance. You are testing my patience, boy. Ayano stated, leave if you value your life and your friend's life. As she spoke, the figure behind her became a little more defined. Izuku could see that it had the shape of a humanoid flower mixed with a ballerina. Izuku, Shoka said as she looked at the boy. I do value my friend's life. That's why this matters to her. Izuku looked at Ayano with a softer expression, hoping to calm the woman down. Please, listen to Shoka. I can see you're both important to each other, so please just talk this out and see her side. It went quiet after he spoke. Izuku still remained tense as he looked at Ayano. Shoka had a saddened expression as she closed her eyes. Please, Ayano. The silent plea was the only thought running through her mind. I see. Her voice was quiet, but Ayano's words cut through the tense air. She focused on Izuku, her glare intensifying by the second. You are the reason behind her behavior. You are keeping my dear Shoka from me. Shoka, Ayano turned to the Ravenet girl, I trusted you to do the right thing. You left, and I was filled with dread that I would never be able to see you again. The figure was now fully visible, floating behind the woman. Its upper body was a deep purple with a flower-like head and expressionless magenta-colored lips. A petal-like skirt flared and hooped around its slender waist. Its long petal-like arms hung at its sides as it moved ever so slightly, a series of golden designs painted onto the surface of the appendages. Its long slender legs were a vibrant green that tapered into a sharp point at its feet, giving it the image that it balanced itself on its toes. When I stepped into this city, I vowed I would remove any obstacle standing between us. And I will, so that we will be together again, as sisters should. Ayano threw her arm up to command the figure and it rushed past her, a trail of sand lightly kicking up in its wake. And if I must tie you up and drag you along, then I will do so, Shoka. Izuku. Shoka tried to force Izuku out of the way, but he stood locked in place. He began to pull at his pins, the small discs flying out of Shinso's hands. The humanoid figure flew forward and raised its arm, ready to strike. When he grabbed his pins, he felt his energy flowing to them. He held up his left arm in front of him defensively. The flowery humanoid struck, resolute, only to be deflected and bounce off a green and teal energy shield that was generated from Izuku. Sand kicked up from the recoil and flew at Ayano, who raised her arms up to shield herself from the sandblast. She took her eyes off the group during the minor sand scream, allowing Izuku to grab Shoka and pull her further into the landfill with Shinso following after them. So, plan? Shinso asked. Plan, Izuku replied as they kept running, dodging loose piles of trash as they did. Did you send a message to Aizawa? He's on his way, Shinso confirmed. Then we just need to hold out, Izuku said grimly. It beeps that heroes don't really patrol this area. Wait, Shoka interjected, she's after me. You two just get out of here. Izuku slowed down a little at hearing Shoka's words and turned to her. There was concern in her eyes as she looked at him. Shinso turned to watch their backs, ready to act if Ayano appeared. Shoka, I'm not leaving you alone with her, Izuku stated. I'm not leaving my friend after finally getting to see you. Shoka's head lowered as she listened to him. She gripped her hoodie and began to pull it down in frustration and regret. Please. I don't know if I can fight her, Izuku. I don't want you to fight her either. Please. Izuku could see her lips twist into a gritted frown, Shoka biting her lower lips at the situation. I thought she would have understood, she said dejectedly. Izuku looked at his friend, a frown forming on his face as he watched Shoka struggle with her turmoil. Shinso spared a glance at the two as he thought of a plan. We don't need to fight her if we can help it, but I doubt that will happen. I can use my capture scarf and try to hold her down. Maybe give you another shot at talking with her. Shinso spoke out. The only problem is that purple flower thing. Her quirk. She calls it Iris Dancer. It's a sentient quirk, Shoka explained. Shinso hummed. Izuku had to fight back his quirk nerd side as he heard it was a sentient quirk and focused. My psyches should be able to handle her quirk. Izuku supplied. Emitter-type quirks have a higher chance of affecting sentient quirks. Shoka was about to argue before Izuku kept talking. Shoka, I can handle myself. You and Shinso work together. Maybe you'll get through to her and there won't be a fight. He finished with a wobbly smile. Shoka closed her eyes and sighed. She looked to the ground and gave a weak series of nods. Oh, okay. All right. Izuku looked to both his friends. I will run distraction. I probably. Most definitely. Shinso dryly correctly. Izuku deadpanned at him. Most definitely, made her angry. You two figure out how to get her to listen. Before the two could object, Izuku already moved, pumping his fist into the air. Go team. Izuku disappeared past the piles of trash, leaving Shinso and Shoka alone. Right. Guess it's time to work on my impressions. Shoka, give me an example of you saying Ayano. Shinso said as he turned to the girl. Okay. Ayano. Shoka said plainly. Shinso began to warm up his voice, trying to get as close to Shoka's cadence as possible before trying. Ayano. 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 Shoka. Ayano cried out desperately. Shoka, my darling, please come back to me. Ayano traversed the landfill beach, her quirk either trailing behind her as she stepped over piles of trash or smashing and clearing whatever was in front of her. Shoka. With a loud cry, she lashed out with her quirk, causing it to knock back various pieces of scrap and trash, clearing a large area and revealing the sand hidden under it all. Izuku watched on in fascination at the quirk's abilities and some slight annoyance. Aizawa is going to find a way for us to make up for all that lost trash, I bet. He concluded in his mind. As Ayano turned her attention to the sky, Izuku decided to be diplomatic. Ms. Ayano. The older woman turned to face Izuku as he came out from behind a pile, his arms up as a way to placate her and avoid combat. Iris Dancer floated behind Ayano as she narrowed her eyes at the verdette. She spoke. Please. I don't want us to fight, but if I have to, I will defend myself. I just want to talk. Izuku calmly explained. Ayano made no move against, so he continued. Please, I can see Shoka is important to you. But she's my friend and I don't want her to be hurt by this. She just wants to talk with you so you can understand what she wants. Ayano was quiet and Izuku grew worried. When she finally spoke, he could see her tense up. I am losing her. I was supposed to take care of her and she is leaving me behind. Ayano brought a hand to her face, covering one of her eyes while the other glared at Izuku. Her gaze bore into the teen as anger filled her words. I will not let you stand between us. I will get her back. She brought her arms out at a low angle, palms facing outward as she gestured to the area around her. And what an opportune moment. It seems I will bury you with the rest of this trash. Iris Dancer flew forward to engage Izuku, surprising him with its sudden action. He used his new psych, Resolute, and created an energy shield to block the quick attack. The green and teal energy generated a large half-dome barrier deflecting Iris Dancer's initial strike. The barrier held as it continued to hammer away, trying its best to destroy the obstacle between it and the verdette. Okay, the barrier is holding strong. Izuku thought as he began to plan his next move. The barrier, at that moment, began to crack as Iris Dancer continued its assault. "Crap baskets," he yelped. As the barrier shattered, the energy began to disappear. Izuku reacted and used Pyre to force Iris Dancer back. Green and blue flames shot out from his hands as the stream of fire shot forward. The flames burned away at the sentient Quirk as it quickly retreated to Ayano. Ayano's body twitched as Iris took damage, her breathing became haggard for a moment. She looked at Izuku with fury as she recovered. "You dare." Iris shook off the rest of the flames and dashed at Izuku again, Ayano's rage fueling the sentient Quirk. Izuku felt the hum of Resolute as it managed to recharge and called upon his psyche. His timing was off as Iris managed to score a hit on the teen, its punch sending him tumbling through the sand and against a heavy refrigerator, creating a dent in the broken appliance as his body slammed into it. Izuku struggled to breathe as he helplessly looked at the sentient Quirk as it slowly floated to him. Note to self: don't stress test psyches during a fight. And work on timing, Izuku thought as he wallowed in pain. Jumping into a fight after he had spent a week, plus punishment, lifting and moving heavy trash and metal had taken its toll on him and slowed him down drastically. So, he decided he needed a little refreshment. He began to send energy into Vitality, the psyche starting to wrap him in a warm embrace. Ayano smirked at the downed teen, ready to make her next move. Her smirk vanished and her eyes widened in surprise as a bright red energy enveloped the teen. The red hue began to shift onto a bright green one as green crosses flared off his body. Izuku was quick to move from his spot, the earlier damage and exhaustion now gone from his body, ready to continue the fight as Ayano collected herself and refocused. "Well now, it seems you are more than eager to continue this dance," Ayano commented. "Then let us increase the tempo. Prepare to be punished for any missteps, boy." Izuku just gave the woman a cheeky smirk, bringing his hands up and into a guard. "Then let's dance." Iris Dancer launched forward once more. Instead of what Izuku expected, the sentient Quirk began to move with grace and fluid movements, never committing to a straight line, dancing around the sand as it looked for an opening. Izuku noticed that Ayano was moving her hands more and more as if she were conducting Iris movements. Izuku sent energy into orbit, grabbing at multiple objects near him and launching them at Iris. The sentient Quirk was quick to change its course thanks to Ayano's control, but Izuku's plan was more than just sending projectiles at the enemy. Now littered across the recently cleared section of the beach were several large bits of scrap and appliances, giving Izuku several pieces of cover and obstacles for Iris to have to weave through. He just hoped it slowed it down enough. Happy thoughts Izuku. Izuku charged forward, looking to intercept Iris as he readied Excalibur in his right hand. His left hand was tied to orbit as he worked on a plan on the fly. Iris wound up a kick with its sharp green legs, pirouetting as it lashed out. Izuku remembered his and Shinso's minor fight with Bakugo. He stamped a foot into the sand and began to spin counter to Iris. As the energy from his blade shot out, it caused him and Iris to enter a lock, the force of the impact between their attacks kicking up the sand. Before Ayano could begin her next move, Izuku pulled on a piece of scrap behind Iris with orbit, launching the hunk of junk into the Quirk's back. The move was successful as Iris was thrown back from the force of the object. Ayano herself let out a hiss and her breathing picked up for a moment as she let out small gasps of air. Izuku sought to capitalize on his success and dashed at Ayano, hoping to maybe cause her to go on the defensive. He noticed Ayano's hand move in a come-hither fashion and the verdette forced himself to duck, his right shoulder getting hit by Iris' punch. Gah! Izuku let out a pained yelp as he tried to recover from the hit, only to slide back further as he wasn't able to gather his footing in the sand. He was able to dodge the next attack, rolling onto the sand as Iris struck its foot where he once was, causing a small impact crater to form from the strike and kicking up a plume of sand. It didn't slow down as Ayano performed several movements that Iris replicated, forcing Izuku to be on the back foot as he dodged. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Shoka and Shinso position themselves behind Ayano. Shinso gave him a nod signaling they were ready to try their plan. Izuku readied himself as he refocused on Iris. From within the energy of his quirk, he began to feel it synchronize with Excalibur and Pyre. That's the same feeling Orbit and Pyre give me. He noticed and an idea formed in his head. He let the energy flow to both psyches as he launched himself at the sentient Quirk. As he swung his right hand and generated Excalibur, the blade began to trail green and blue fire in its swing. The result was a dance of fire as each strike built up power and fueled the flames burning the sentient Quirk. "You insolent little," Ayano screamed, clutching her body as it shook. Iris stumbled as it tried to recover from the onslaught. "Ayano, stop." Ayano's eyes widened but responded to what she believed was Shoka's call, not noticing the differences in how she sounded. "Shoka, my dar." Ayano's eyes dulled. Shinso acted quickly, whipping his capture scarf out. The carbon fiber cloth looped around Ayano several times before Shinso flicked his wrist, causing it to go taut. Despite Ayano being under his control, Iris was still free to act. The sentient Quirk now saw Shinso as the newest threat and focused on him. "Shinso!" Izuku cried out. He quickly used Orbit, pulling several pieces of scrap and sending them at Iris. The sentient Quirk was soon contained in makeshift bindings as it thrashed around in an attempt to free itself. Izuku struggled to hold the Quirk but he held on as long as he could. Shoka saw her chance and rushed to Ayano, breaking her from Shinso's control so she could try and talk some sense into her friend and surrogate sister. "Ayano." The black-haired woman heard her name as the control faded, her face filled with slight panic until she saw Shoka. "Shoka," she said with a weak smile. "Ayano, please, just stop this, please." Shoka began to beg. "Shoka, you do not understand. I'm trying to protect you." Ayano's gaze hardened as if she was trying to explain this to a child. "It is my job to protect you. You must stop making this difficult and come home." Ayano began to struggle against Shinso's capture scarf, but he was able to keep his hold without issue. Unfortunately, Izuku was beginning to lose his hold, feeling the drain from Orbit, as Iris' struggle grew stronger. He would soon have to let it recharge and he hoped Shoka couldn't bring this to an end. "Ayano, I'm not going back with you." Shoka's words caused Ayano to stop struggling, with Iris copying its anchor's reaction. Shoka looked into Ayano's eyes, hoping that the shock of her words might have done it. "No." Ayano's tone was low, her eyes sharpened as Iris began to break free from Izuku's hold. As he was losing control, Izuku began to move over to Shinso and Shoka, ready to defend them from the coming retaliation. "It seems I have been too soft. I should have done my due diligence as a sister and disciplined you," Ayano declared. "But first I must deal with two minor annoyances." She looked at Izuku and Shinso. Izuku and Shinso flinched as they realized they were the targets of her ire. Izuku began to plan and share key details with Shinso to prepare for the upcoming fight. "Shinso, her quirk seems to rely on her. She can command it with her arms and hands and any damage done to Iris seems to be a drain on her. I don't know if it's stamina or vitality but I will assume stamina," Izuku explained. Shinso nodded. "Got it. So, attack on two fronts." Izuku gave him a grim nod. He looked at Shoka who had begun to step away from Ayano, hurt that the woman refused to listen to her. Before he could speak to her, Orbit was drained and Iris rushed at Shinso and him. He erected a hasty barrier with Resolute and Iris struck the green dome. The force from the attack caused Shoka to be knocked away. "Shoka," he cried out in concern. This focus faltered, letting the barrier drop and allowing Iris to separate the two teams. Shinso released his hold on Ayano as he dodged Iris' attack. Once the capture scarf was slack, Ayano freed herself and began directing Iris to pursue the two teams. Aizawa focused on the road as he tried to speed through it as quickly as possible in order to get to Takoba Beach. He knew Midoriya and Shinso could handle themselves, it was the fact the two would jump into hellfire together because someone needed help. Both teams had built up that behavior, something he was proud of but wanted to mitigate. Self-sacrifice is honorable until it turns to unintended suicide. Nezu was typing away on his personal laptop while Aizawa drove, coordinating with Tsukauchi and several officers to set up a perimeter around Takoba to contain any damage. So far there have been no reports of villain attacks or illegal quirk use near the area, only loud noises that people nearby wrote off as someone dumping their trash. Who was the girl Shinso mentioned in his text? Nezu questioned his employee. A girl by the name of Shoka. All I know is that she is a friend of Midoriya's, Aizawa explained. He saw Nezu bring a paw to his chin as he began to think. The small, white chimera then opened an app on his laptop. Nezu began to scroll through several lines of information until he found something he was looking for. Sakurane Shoka, a girl around Midoriya and Shinso's age from Shibuya, originally from Shinjuku. He said as he switched over to his backdoor access into the National Registry. His eyes narrowed as he read further. She dropped out of high school at 16 and is under the guardianship of one Komachi Ayano. Ms. Sakurane seemed to have disappeared several months ago. A runaway? Aizawa asked. Possibly. It would be safe to assume Ms. Komachi is the woman Shinso messaged you about. Nezu proposed. Aizawa nodded as he kept driving, increasing his speed further. This situation seemed to grow messier by the second in his eyes. Izuku forced himself to engage with Iris, allowing Shinso to move back to Ayano. The two fought for control as Ayano showed her skills to focus on both teens, able to handle the two with some ease. Shoka could only watch on, still unable to bring herself to fight her surrogate sister. Please. Izuku combined Excalibur and Pyre again as he managed to keep Iris from gaining any ground. When his pins were drained, he focused on using Buster shots, spread shot, mode to land pot shots on the sentient Quirk as she darted across the field. It was a hit-or-miss situation when Iris began to put pressure on the Verdette, causing him to shift his focus from suppressing Iris to dodging her. Ayano, please. Shinso used his training in Aizawa's martial arts to work on tiring out Ayano. She proved a much tougher challenge than he expected, showcasing a skill to focus on both controlling Iris and being able to dodge Shinso with some ease. Where he would get a hit in, Ayano would dodge 5 and trace a few blows of her own, with Iris coming into play defense. Stop it, Ayano. Shoka rushed to help Izuku. The upper half of her hoodie began to shift from black to gray as a series of segmented black armor bands wrapped around her arms, a set of 3 thin blade-like ridges hovering on the side of her forearm, her fingers turning into bright, white claws. Shoka's feet began to be covered in the same black armor, going up past her ankles with her legs beginning to turn gray. The tail of her coat began to twitch as the fabric became a segmented black tail with a white tip. The transformation finished with her remaining skin turning pale white with her lips standing out in stark contrast as they remained the same shade of red. She seemed to disappear and reappear in front of Iris, catching the sentient Quirk off guard as Shoka launched it back with a powerful, yet sloppy punch. She crouched as she landed, one arm in front of her as the other hovered by her side, prepared to swipe away at Iris with her white claws. Shoka, Izuku questioned as he took in his friend's new appearance and quirk. Izuku, please help me, Shoka said in a low voice. I don't want to hurt Ayano. She slowly stood up and looked at her surrogate sister. But if she won't listen to me, I guess we have to knock some sense into her. Izuku readied himself and spoke up, then let's handle her quirk. It seems to run off her stamina. We do enough damage to Iris, we can tire her out. Shinso is already working on the other end of that. He gave a concerned glance to the girl. Shoka, are you sure about this? Ayano jumped back from Shinso as Iris returned to her side. The black-haired woman turned and faced Shoka. Her eyes narrowed but Shoka could see the pain in her eyes. Shoka herself had to fight back her own tears. This is my choice. And I want to take control of my future. Ayano shut her eyes tightly, gritting her teeth as she began to conduct Iris to fight Izuku and Shoka. Izuku moved ahead of Shoka, calling on Excalibur and Pyre together and beginning to time his strikes to extend how long he could hold the combined psyches together. Iris flinched at the flaming sword, allowing Shoka to rush forward and hit Iris with several slashes of her claws. Iris recovered, knocking Shoka back and sending her to the sandy beach. As Iris stood still and focused on Shoka, Izuku switched to Buster Shot and began firing force rounds to knock the sentient Quirk back. Iris was struck by several blasts before reacting. She swiped her petal-like arm and managed to deflect several of Izuku's shots, sending them to the ground as the blasts caused sand to explode into the air. Iris lunged forward with a powerful kick, making Izuku go on the defensive and worry about trying not to get hit. Iris began to pick up the pace as one kick turned to 10, forcing Izuku to dodge as the attacks intensified. His relief came from Shoka, who seemingly appeared out of nowhere at a high speed and jump-kicked Iris away from Izuku. Ayano looked on in frustration at Izuku's and Shoka's teamwork but was forced to focus on Shinso as he began to engage her. She let Iris act on her own as she dodged and weaved through Shinso's attacks. She overcompensated one of her sidesteps and Shinso quickly adjusted his capture scarf, lashing it at her and catching her arm. He pulled the scarf, yanking her to him. She was unable to dodge the knee to her stomach as it knocked the wind out of her. Shinso moved in for another strike to incapacitate her but was caught off guard by Iris, who quickly came to Ayano's aid and knocked the Indigoat with a heavy backhanded strike, sending him careening to the sand. The favor was returned as Shoka struck Iris back, sending it flying and chasing after it. Ayano growled in frustration and raised her hands to direct Iris again, only to be held in place briefly by Izuku, who used orbit on her. After the scarce few seconds she was held in place, Shinso recovered and returned to face Ayano. Shinso took his time, striking when he could as he was still reeling from Iris' attack. Ayano struggled to hit the teen, but as he dipped too low into the sand, Ayano took the chance to kick him in his sides. Shinso grunted in pain but was quick to counter her, wrapping his capture scarf around her leg and yanking on it. Ayano was pulled to the ground as Shinso used what strength he had left to fling her several feet away. Ayano rolled across the sand, coming to a stop as Shinso began to chase after her. The black-haired woman slowly propped herself onto her elbows and struggled to get to her knees. Her eyes widened and she managed to dodge a kick by Shinso. The teen skidded across the sand and turned to face Ayano, who had finally gotten back to her feet. Shoka relied on her empowered speed to avoid Iris' attacks. But when she would try to counter, Iris would find a way to push her back. "Guess I need to start training if this is all I'm good for," she stated, frustrated at her meager fighting skills. She sighed in relief as a washing machine slammed into Iris, knocking it back as Izuku ran up to her side. "Are you okay?" Izuku questioned her. "Fine. A little tired. I'm not used to this kind of thing. Something I will have to get used to," she stated as she tried to catch her breath. What? Izuku turned to her in confusion. Iris came up on the two teens ready to strike. "Save it for later," Shoka yelped as she jumped to the side. Izuku followed suit and dodged the strike. Sand erupted into a plume as Iris' arm hit the ground. Izuku recovered first and rushed Iris, firing off several force rounds from Buster Shot and causing the sentient Quirk to be pushed back by the blasts. "Shoka, you're up," Izuku cried out. Ego hummed as a faint, bright green ball of light flowed from him into Shoka. Shoka continued the momentum and unleashed a flurry of slashes and kicks on Iris, who was barely able to block the Ravenette's assault. The last attack stunned Iris as it felt the immense increase of power in the kick. The ball of light slightly increased in size as it returned to Izuku. The Verdette dashed around the sentient Quirk as he used Excalibur to slash away at Iris. The flowery humanoid launched several kicks at the teen, who deftly dodged its vibrant green legs. As he landed, he poured his energy into Excalibur to complete his 6-hit combo, jump into the air, cutting upward and sending Iris up with him. Ayano was struggling to continue her fight. She could feel her stamina drain as Iris took more and more damage. She was now on the back foot as Shinso kept fighting despite being close to exhaustion himself. He banked on keeping Ayano at a distance and using his capture scarf to slow her down. He saw Ayano beginning to slow down and took the opportunity to capture her. With one last flourish of his scarf, he whipped the cloth at a blinding speed, allowing it to wrap around the woman's body before flicking his wrist to tighten it. Ayano could barely put up a fight as she struggled. "No, you will not keep me from her." Shinso held on tight, making sure she couldn't escape. He could see tears forming in the corners of her eyes as she weakly began to mutter, "Don't leave me." As its anchor was captured, Iris moved to her Ayano, only to be stopped by Shoka, who kicked the sentient Quirk away. Iris stood up on shaky legs as it stumbled forward. Izuku spared a glance at Shoka, who returned it, mentally agreeing to one final combined attack. Unnoticed by Izuku, Ego's hum grew as the light that was passed back and forth between Shoka and him began to be shared equally between the two. "Ready, Shoka, after you, hero." Izuku and Shoka dashed off in sync with one another. As they neared Iris, the two went wide and converged on the weakened Quirk. Izuku sent energy into Excalibur as Shoka wound up her arm, ready to strike. In one swift movement, the two attacked Iris, their movements creating two diagonal cuts across the Quirk's form in the shape of an X that glowed white. The Quirk stood still for a moment, and fell to the ground, fading away before it hit the sand. Izuku and Shoka watched the Quirk fade away. Shoka breathed heavily as the fight took up most of her energy. Her own Quirk began to fade away as the color was returned to her. She was about to fall to her knees when Izuku had already rushed to her side to catch her. Her eyes widened as she looked at the verdette, seeing the soft smile on his face. She returned, leaning into him as her strength gave out, only to hear the soft crying of Ayano not too far from them. They saw Shinso still keeping her in his capture scarf, trying his best to stand on his feet and keep an eye on the black-haired woman. Shoka looked down at the ground, a heavy sadness marring her features. She felt Izuku give her arm a tight squeeze to help ease her worries. She looked at the verdette and gave him a nod. The two began to make their way over to Shinso and Ayano at a sedate pace. Why are you leaving me? Don't leave me alone, Shoka. Shoka's frown grew more and more as they neared Ayano, picking up her cries and pleas. The two stopped at the woman who sat in the sand, not looking up at the two. Ayano, Shoka called out softly. The black-haired woman slowly looked up, tears pouring down her cheeks as she focused on the girl. Shoka, my darling. Ayano spoke just as softly. Izuku stepped back a little to give Shoka and Ayano some space, standing next to Shinso just in case. Ayano, I'm sorry. Shoka's words rang out through the air. Ayano just maintained her gaze on Shoka as the teenage girl continued to speak. I'm sorry I left, but I needed to. Shoka paused as she thought of her next words. I need to figure out who I am. In Shinjuku, in Shibuya, I just felt like another face in the crowd. Even when I found something to stand out, it was just one thing. One addition, Shoka explained. She turned to look at Izuku and Shinso, her eyes lingering on the verdette. But I have to make my own decisions. Make the choices that shape who I am. She turned back to Ayano, her eyes filled with determination at her next words, but I need to make them myself, and face whatever comes from them, even if it's shitty. So please, Ayano, let me choose. Shoka pleaded once more. Ayano looked at the girl as she listened. Her eyes closed as Shoka finished, biting her lip as she frowned. I don't want to lose you, Shoka. I just want to protect you. Shoka went to her knees and embraced her surrogate sister. Ayano's tears began to flow once more as she leaned into Shoka's embrace. Shoka fought back her own tears as she held Ayano tighter. I know, Ayano, but you won't lose me. No matter what, you are still the woman who chose to be my sister. And that will always mean something to me, Shoka said consolingly. Izuku and Shinso watched on with sad expressions as the two dark-haired girls let loose their tears. Shinso began to loosen his scarf, allowing Ayano to return the hug Shoka gave her. This was the scene Aizawa stumbled upon as he finally arrived to help his students. Izuku, Shoka, and Shinso sat on a bench near Takoba Beach, Aizawa standing watch over the teens as they were questioned by a detective by the name of Tsukauchi Naomasa. He was a tall man, around the same age as Aizawa with short black hair and wore what can be considered a traditional detective outfit with a tan hat sitting on top of his head and a matching tan overcoat worn over a black suit. After the teens had recounted events to the detective, he spoke up, well, very good call on getting in touch with Eraserhead. That covered your quirk use. And while I don't like having teens face off against a villain, you all did well. He gave an exasperated look at Izuku, just please try and stay out of trouble. Especially you Midoriya, it's only been a couple of weeks since your last run-in with a villain. Izuku sheepishly looked down as he apologized to the officer, I'm sorry detective. I will try to stay out of trouble. Detective Tsukauchi shook his head and gave the verdette a small smirk, just try a little harder at it, okay. The detective turned to Nezu and addressed the small chimera, I'll wait for you at the station Nezu. Thank you, Tsukauchi, Nezu replied, giving the man a slight bow of his head. The detective returned it and made his way over to his vehicle with another officer with the head of a cat. The two led Ayano to the car and helped her in. Soon they drove off to the nearest police station to Takoba Beach. The three teens watched the car drive off into the distance. How bad will it be? Shoka asked, worried about Ayano. That will depend on her, Nezu said as he addressed Shoka's concern. This situation is bad, but it could have been worse. He explained. As I said, it will be up to her. Aizawa huffed at his boss's answer, already having an idea what the Chimera was planning. He turned to look at the teens and addressed them, Problem Child 1, Problem Child 2. Izuku and Shinso tensed up, dreading where this would go. For what happened, you two did well. Don't let it get to your heads though. And don't go looking for more trouble. I'm starting to question why I even agreed to train you. Izuku and Shinso relaxed a little but gave their mentor an understanding nod. Aizawa turned his attention to Shoka, the girl flinching under his gaze. He didn't say anything, letting the girl stew under his deadpan stare. She soon found some courage and stared back at the man, causing him to hum. Now, Aizawa. Don't scare her off before I can talk with her. Nezu interjected. The three teens focused on the fluffy, white-quirked animal, giving the group a smile that caused them to shiver slightly at the sight of it. Now then, he continued, Sakurain Shoka, I believe we should figure out what you are planning to do from here on out. The girl gave him an unsure nod. What exactly do you plan to do now? Nezu asked. Shoka looked down at the ground as she worked through her thoughts. After a moment, she spoke up, I want to figure out who I am, sir. And are you willing to put in the work to do so? You can't just start on this path and stop halfway through it just because you no longer think it's worth it. You get out what you put in, after all. The Chimera advised. She gave him a determined nod and looked at Izuku and Shinso. Yeah, I think I got this. Izuku looked at Shoka in shock before a smile formed on his face as he understood what she was implying. Shinso just gave her a tired smirk. Excellent, Nezu chirped. But before that, you do realize you are rather behind your friends here. Shoka flinched at the implications but nodded all the same. Luckily, I already planned ahead, Nezu said as he turned to look behind him. The teens looked on in confusion as Mr. H arrived on the scene. Yo, he greeted the group, cheekily. Mr. H, what are you doing here? Izuku questioned the cafe owner. Doing my part, phone. Just doing my part. Seems like my cafe is the place for future heroes to hang out at. He looked to Shoka and gave her a grin, might as well help out another hero hopeful. Mr. Hanakoma here accepted my proposal to help Ms. Sakurain catch up academically. After all, being out of the school systems would put a hamper on her plans to join a hero university, especially UA. Nezu explained. So, I will create a lesson plan to help her catch up and essentially graduate alongside Mr. Midoriya and Mr. Shinso. Should she be able to do that, I will happily allow her to apply for my university with no issue. You will be staying with me in the meantime. Mr. H picked up from there. I have a guest room you can stay in. Part of the stipulations, have to keep an eye on ya. And since your schooling will be handled online, you can help out at the cafe when you aren't studying or training. I'm sure Phones and Shinso here would be more than willing to help you out. They already have their own little study group because of Aizawa's rules. He turned to look at Aizawa, a cocky smirk forming on his face as Aizawa just stared at the man, and I'm willing to alter our deal if you're willing to add another problem child to your little training group. Aizawa groaned and huffed in annoyance before responding, 5 coffees every visit. Can do, my friend, can do. Mr. H responded lackadaisically. Well then, Nezu interjected, the choice is yours, Ms. Sakurain. Shoka gave him one more determined look before she turned to Izuku. Their eyes met as she gave Nezu her answer, I think it's time for a class change. Ayano sat solemnly in the interrogation room, waiting to be questioned by the police. The room buzzed from the iridescent lights as they provided a dim yellow-white light in the room. She looked down at her hands as they rested on the table. Her thoughts ran rampant as she replayed the recent memories of the beach. Shoka's refusal. The green-haired boy's drive to stand between her and Shoka. The indigo-haired boy's constant annoyance and his attempts to restrain her. Her anger at how she couldn't get Shoka back. But, Then she remembered Shoka trying to convince her. How even though Shoka wanted to leave, she didn't want to hurt her. It was only until the green and indigo-haired teens kept fighting and getting hurt did Shoka change. And a part of her was proud of her surrogate sister. Happy that she wasn't just letting things happen as they did. Shoka made her choice, but it still broke her heart that her darling surrogate sister was gone from her. She felt as though she was left behind. The sound of the door opening broke her from her thoughts. She noticed the tall dark-haired detective walk in with a curious white creature standing on his shoulders. The detective brought in a separate chair that seemed to accommodate the little chimera, who sat down and placed several files and documents. "Ms. Komachi, I am Nezu, and I wish to speak with you," Nezu said as Ayano looked at him. She raised a brow as her expression was emotionless, showing no signs of tenseness or discomfort. Only signs that she was studying him, trying to get a read on the situation. Very good. Seems she is already trying to play the game, he thought happily. And what is there to speak of? Ayano questioned. Oh, several things, and depending on your cooperation, it may lead to a lighter sentence for you. Nezu's beady, black eyes narrowed at the woman. After all, you did attack 3 teenagers in an attempt to forcefully abscond with one who had expressed her refusal to return with you. You even used your quirk against them as well, making things even worse. Even if you were looking out for the one you call your sister, the courts will paint it in the worst light. It is after all something I would certainly do. But what I require is your testimony, your aid, and possibly your future assistance. From what I have learned from your past, you have come across several very important figures that I wish to keep track of. And one very real threat. Nezu's fur began to rise at the mere thought of that man. But he schooled his features as he continued to speak, one that could now threaten the lives of Ms. Shoka and her friend Mr. Midoriya. And from what I know of and have seen from those two, they will stick together even if they are in danger. Help us, and we can have a better chance of protecting my future students. Nezu ended with a plea. Ayano's facade broke for a moment as she had a pained look in her eyes. She shuts them tightly as she grits her teeth. What do you want from me? She asked the chimera. I offer you a choice, as I did Mr. Sakurane. Ayano's eyes widened at the mention of Shoka. She has made her choice, and one I fully intend to see her work towards. If she can choose to do good, I wish to believe that so can you. So, the choice is yours, Ms. Komachi. Resolute lets Izuku create a barrier of his design in order to protect himself and others. By creating a small shield, he can parry an opponent's attack, stunning them for a moment to counter. A failed parry forces the psyche to recharge. With a barrier, Izuku pours in as much energy as he can to defend a larger area. If his focus falters, the barrier's strength can fail. The barrier lasts for 10 seconds before it must recharge. Resolute requires a 15-second recharge before it can be used again. Shoka's quirk. Nero Cantus. Type. Transformation with emitter qualities. Shoka draws upon any color along the black-white color scale as long as it falls between 50% to 100% black. The darker the shade and the closer to the color black, the stronger the black segmented armor is. Anything she draws on then shifts to a light shade, a visual signifier she is starting to use her quirk. Her physical body then shifts to a monochrome color scheme signifying its full use. The quirk's transformation relies on her own physical prowess, meaning the stronger and faster her base form is, the stronger and faster her transformation is. Chapter text. Cafe Wildcat, 9 months before the entrance exam. It was the middle of Sunday in the afternoon. Life in the city of Musudafu went on at its usual pace. The only change was a new addition to the small cafe that was a home away from home for 3 hero hopefuls. At the counter sat Shoka and Shinso, surrounded by several papers and textbooks that seemed to engulf the 2 teens. Their only reprieve was their friend Izuku, who while helping Mr. H with the cafe, had been doing all he could to assist his friends in their school work. Izuku, I think I'm gonna need another coffee, Shoka grumbled as her head thudded against the wooden countertop. RK, who was sitting next to her, began to pat her paw on Shoka's head in order to comfort the teen. I got you, Shoka, Izuku replied, already refilling her cup. Shinso paid more attention to his work, though Izuku did see his sleepy friend nudge his coffee cup over to get a refill for himself. "Shinso, this is like the 10th cup you had," Izuku stated plainly. Shinso replied while focusing on his homework. "It hasn't even been 2 hours." Izuku deadpanned. "That would be correct," Shinso said as he began to nudge the cup even closer. Izuku sighed at his friend's antics. He begrudgingly refilled the coffee cup and the indigo immediately brought the cup to his lips so he could drink his 11th cup. Shoka looked at them in slight confusion, disgust, and concern, trying to figure out how he hadn't needed to use the restroom. Or an ambulance. Trust me, at this point, I'm just making sure his heart keeps pumping caffeine through him. His whole body's composition is 30% coffee at this point, Izuku commented, reading the Ravenette's mind. Shoka gave a questioning look at Izuku before she shrugged and began drinking her second cup. "So, what has you blue screening on me, Shoka?" Izuku asked, continuing to help his friend with her personal schoolwork. "Chemistry," Shoka stated bluntly. Izuku winced, his body unconsciously leaning back away from the sheets of paper in front of Shoka. The verdette then brought a hand to his chin as he gathered his thoughts. Shoka could pick up on him expressing his thoughts as they began to verbalize in his usual mutter storm. "Maybe I can ask Momwa if she might have some tips for learning chemistry. She said her Quirk requires her to have knowledge on things like this, and I knows he's incredibly smart, so it's possible she has found a way to retain all this knowledge and she had Tolea." Shoka was quick to act, remembering Mr. H's method for bringing Izuku back down to earth. She leaned over the counter and snapped her fingers a couple of times in front of his face, the sudden visual and auditory stimulation snapping him from his thoughts. "Sorry, Shoka," Izuku sheepishly apologized. He shook his head and recounted his thoughts at a slower pace so she and Shinso could follow along with him better. "I was just thinking that maybe another friend of mine from HS might be able to help, or maybe have some strategies for learning chemistry." "Think they can help with calculus?" Shinso asked as he put down his homework, sliding the paper further down the counter and away from him so he could try to forget it existed. "Probably," Izuku shrugged in response. He took out his phone and began to send a message on HS as he kept talking. "She is incredibly smart. She's even taking the recommendation exams for UA this year. Her quirk requires her to, well, max out her intelligence stat just to be able to use it to its best abilities." Go figure, Shinso replied as he took a sip of his coffee. "Wait, this wouldn't happen to be." "Yes," Izuku cut him off. A blush began to form on his cheeks from the embarrassment at the memory. He just hoped that Shinso didn't. "So the day he faced off against the sludge villain he sent me this message." Shinso began retelling the tale, a cheeky grin forming on his lips as he pulled out his phone. Shoka heard Izuku groan and saw him try to hide behind his arms as he wrapped around himself at awkward angles. Shinso found what he was looking for and handed his phone to Shoka. Shoka's lips quirked into a cat-like smile as she read. "Phones. Shinso. Phones. Lady Materia is a girl. Phones. I was talking to a girl. Brood. Brood. Good for you, buddy." Shoka couldn't hold back anymore as she began to chuckle. Izuku groaned even more as he sank to the ground, ducking under the counter. Shoka peeked over the counter. "What? The screen name Lady Materia didn't give it away?" she asked. "I didn't want to assume." Izuku continued to groan. Shinso decided there was still more fun to be had. He spoke up, catching Shoka's attention. "Keep scrolling." "No," Izuku's voice weakly cried out from behind the counter. Shoka barely had to scroll down before the next part of the conversation Shinso hinted at came up. It was her turn to fight back her own blush as she read. "Phones. Shinso. Phones. Blackett was a girl. Phones. And she's pretty. Brood. Izuku, I'm trying to sleep. We'll deal with your new worldview tomorrow." Shoka handed Shinso back his phone while she began to look at the wall, her lips pursed slightly as she fought off a blush of her own. Shinso was chuckling at the verdette and the Ravenette as they were recovering. Mr. H came out from the back room just in time to see it all happen. He walked up to Shinso as he looked at Izuku and Shoka, asking the Violette for an update. "So, what happened to these two?" "Taking a break, getting in a few laughs." Shinso smugly replied as he brought his cup to his lips. The sound of a phone chime rang out, breaking the Izuku out of his spell as he looked at his messages. Momo replied. She was more than happy to share some tips. Izuku said. He stood up and he set the phone on the counter. Mr. H clapped his hands together. The three teens turned to him as he spoke. All right you three, break time is over. Back to learnin'. The Shoka and Shinso groaned as they brought their schoolwork back to them. Mr. H took over the floor again, allowing Izuku to focus on helping out his friends. Luckily, the advice and tips Momo offered did wonders for the trio. Takoba Beach, 8 months before the entrance exam. Izuku and Shoka stood a distance apart from each other on the clear section of the beach. Both teens wore comfortable clothing that wouldn't get in the way of their imminent spar. Shinso stood on the side with Aizawa, monitoring the spar that was about to take place. Izuku took on a defensive stance, following the handicap Aizawa gave him. This was a session to get Shoka up to speed on combat, and his role was to only block, dodge, or counter the teen girl's attacks. Izuku wore a green short-sleeved shirt that was slightly large on him, hiding the new buildup of muscles he was starting to gain from clearing the beach they were on. He finished off his look with a pair of black sports shorts with his usual red shoes. Shoka took on a form that felt natural to her. Even outside of her Quirk's transformation, she still displayed many feline traits and habits in her movements and actions. Aizawa decided it was better to work off of that since this style can easily be used with or without her Quirk. She wore a white tank top and black leggings that went down to her calves, showing her slim and maturing physique. She tied the look together with a pair of black and white sneakers that dug into the sand. Izuku and Shoka shared a serious look between each other, their eyes sizing the other up in preparation for Aizawa's eventual signal. The tired underground hero raised his arm as he glanced at the two teens. Seeing both teens focus, he swiftly brought down his arm, chopping at the air. Shoka sprinted forward, kicking up a trail of sand as she closed in on Izuku. The verdette readied himself as Shoka got closer. The slender Ravenet threw a quick jab that was easily blocked by Izuku. Shoka followed with a hook with her other hand. Izuku, reading her moves, deflected the strike, throwing Shoka off and allowing him to hit her with a palm strike to her stomach. Shoka grunted as she nearly tumbled back down into the sand. She narrowed her eyes and began to circle Izuku. The verdette kept track of her as she did, being sure to not leave his back open for her to get an easy hit in. Shoka began to speed up. She looked for any openings Izuku might give her. Unfortunately for her, Izuku kept up his defenses. Getting frustrated at the pace of things, Shoka pushed through and began to test the waters to try and make her own openings. A quick jab from the left was blocked. She circled around again and tried a new approach. A swift kick was successful and Shoka began to follow up with a series of punches. Izuku recovered and much to her shock, countered her last punch by grabbing her arm and the top of her shirt, sweeping his leg past her own, locking it in place, and sending her into the sand. Shoka winced as Izuku backed up and returned to a defensive guard. She slowly stood up and eyed Izuku. "Come on Shoka," Izuku called out. "You gotta step up your game." Shoka gave him a cocky grin. "Fine, guess I have to actually try now." She rushed Izuku once more, quickly juking and changing her direction in an attempt to catch Izuku off guard. She finally lunged at him, throwing a fist at him. Izuku was quick to counter, throwing the girl over his shoulder. She slammed into the dirt again but didn't waste time and got up again and started circling the verdette. Shoka started to approach things differently this time. She went for quicker strikes and hit-and-run tactics as opposed to her first attempt. If Izuku deflected, she followed through with the new direction and kept up her momentum. If he blocked, she either went the opposite way from her initial strike or attempted to go for one more strike. As the spar went on, she was starting to land more hits on Izuku, though still not as much as she wanted. Shoka was starting to tire out and decided to go for broke. She blitzed past Izuku, only to quickly turn on the back foot and pounce at him to try to take him to the ground. Only to see Izuku turn around just as quickly, wrap his arms around her, and use her momentum against her. The next thing she knew, she was on the ground once again, only with the addition of one of Izuku putting his weight on her with his last grapple. Okay. That's enough, Aizawa called out. Shoka huffed out heavy breaths as she gulped for air. Well, that could have gone better. You're getting better though, Izuku complimented her, giving her a wide, bright smile. Shoka gave the verdette a light grin of her own at his words, the corners of her lips quirking up ever so slightly. The two lay on the ground for a moment before Aizawa's voice broke them from their moment. Midoriya, anytime you want to get off of Sakuraine so I can address her faults, I would appreciate it so my time isn't wasted. The underground hero spoke out. Izuku went atomic red when he finally noticed the position he was in. In a split second, he was already standing on his feet, much to the surprise of those around him. Shoka just lay down in the sand in a stupor, blinking owlishly at Izuku's sudden rise and Aizawa's words. She was broken out of that stupor when she noticed Izuku's hand reaching out to help her back up. Sorry Shoka, Izuku stammered out, trying hard to avoid looking at her. And no biggie, she replied. She grabbed his hand and was hoisted back up onto her feet. The two teens turned to face Aizawa as he walked over to them. Sakuraine. Shoka stood up straight as he addressed her. You're still stiff in your actions. You need to work on your flexibility. That isn't just your body but your mind too. You started to adapt to the style we are developing for you near the end but only at the end. The gray-eyed Ravenet nodded along disappointingly at her slow progress. You were smart to constantly move. You were naturally fast so you used that speed to try and find gaps in Midoriya's guard. And when you couldn't get a good hit in, you kept moving. Those are good instincts. Don't just stand still when attacking, try and keep control of the fight. Aizawa finished his appraisal. Got it, Mr. Aizawa, Shoka replied, giving him a two-finger salute. The underground hero gave her a deadpan stare before giving a huff. At least you're taking this seriously enough. He turned and called out to Izuku and Shinso, Midoriya, Shinso. Square up. This is the last spar for the day so you better put in the effort. Sakuraine, be sure to pay attention. Shoka walked over to where Shinso was standing, passing the Indigote by and raising her hand to tag him in. The teen returned the gesture lazily as he entered the makeshift sparring circle. She sat down and got comfortable as she watched Izuku and Shinso ready themselves. Aizawa threw his hand down and the two teens rushed each other. As she watched, the match seemed to pass by like a blur. For several intense minutes, Izuku and Shinso dueled, never giving the other ground. The two teens gave it their all as the minutes passed by without either of them slowing down. What stood out the most to her though, was the smile both teens wore as they sparred. Izuku was surprised at the sudden notification from his phone. As Shoka and Shinso finished gathering their things after Aizawa dismissed them from their training, Izuku dug through his backpack to grab his phone. What's up? Shoka questioned the verdette. That depends. Are you two okay with a fourth joining us for our study session tomorrow? Izuku asked his friends. Is it that Yaoyorozu girl you mentioned a few weeks ago? Asked Shinso. Izuku gave him a nod as he answered, yeah. I asked if she had any more study tips since they helped out greatly last time. She just offered to meet in person to help us if you two are up for it. Shoka and Shinso looked at each other and shrugged. Sure, Shoka replied. Whatever helps make things easier I guess. I won't say no to a super genius, Shinso added. Izuku gave them a bright smile, excited to add another to the group and to meet his other online friend in person. Awesome, I'll let her know. He turned his attention to his phone as he sent his response to Momo. Boonie might. You are more than welcome to join us Momo. Boonie might. I guess that means I will get to show you Cafe Wildcat sooner than expected. Lady Materia. Wonderful, Lady Materia. I look forward to tomorrow then. Cafe Wildcat was experiencing a rather slow and quiet Sunday. Mr. H finished with his early morning prep and spent the rest of his time relaxing and working on a series of personal projects. He looked up from his work to see the three teens who had made the cozy cafe their home away from home and smiled. Izuku sat with Shoka and Shinso at a table instead of their usual place at the counter. An empty chair sat across from the verdette, an open spot for their newest addition to the group for when they arrived. A seat that was taken up by the finally named SK, or Smarty Cat due to her rather observant and intelligent nature, with the fourth black cat keeping an eye on the doors. BK, RK, and LK sat with their humans taking the time to lounge around on the teens as if they were human jungle gyms. Izuku was writing notes in his psych's notebook on ideas for the link between his psychs, his face scrunched up in heavy thought. Shoka was busy playing HS on her phone and working on her roster. Shinso was the most relaxed as he just spent his time enjoying his cup of coffee. Izuku tapped his pen on the edge of his notebook when he suddenly spoke up, ego sync. Mr. H fired back his own suggesting, Psi link. Synchro boost, Shoka added. Shinso just took a sip of his coffee. The other three just stared at him waiting to see if he might chime in as well. He just took another sip without breaking eye contact. Way to break the chain, Shinso. Shoka dryly said. Shinso simply shrugged at her. The other three weren't deterred and continued to shoot out ideas. Several minutes passed and many ideas were thrown out, though no one committed to one just yet. Synchronize. The impromptu naming session stopped as the bell above the door chimed out. The group of teens, the quartet of cats, and the cafe owner look at the door to see the new arrival walk in. In walked a rather tall girl who looked to be just shorter than Shinso and had a mature and curvaceous physique that would put many models to shame. She moved with a form of grace and class that seemed second nature to her. Her hair was long and black, which she had tied into a spiky ponytail and with a large strand sitting on the right side of her face. Her eyes were sharp, cat-like, and onyx, which gave her a determined and focused look in their natural state. She was wearing a white, frilly, short-sleeve button-up shirt that was tucked into a red skirt that went down to her mid-thighs. She wore a pair of sleek, black boots and a matching black belt along with black leggings. A black satchel hung off of her shoulder that seemed to be weighed down with books. The girl glanced around the small cafe, her expression softening as she took in the quiet and charming atmosphere of the shop. She saw the trio seated at their table and her demeanor shifted to a polite one as she walked over to them. SK gave the girl a quick meow and a bow, which got the girl's attention, and her eyes began to shine as she fought to hold back a squeal as she saw the cat's cute actions. She remembered what she was doing and refocused on the trio, making a quick note that they each had a cat of their own perched on various parts of their bodies. "Pardon the intrusion," she said with grace, "but would one of you happen to be Midoriya Izuku?" Shoka and Shinso turned to look at the verdette in question. Shinso, already knowing what was going to happen, just leaned back and scratched LK's head as he watched. Shoka seemed to narrow her eyes, her lips quirking into a cat-like pout as she looked at Izuku. The verdette was currently struggling to fight back an intense blush as only one thought was running through his mind. "I know two pretty girls. Excuse me, but are you all right?" The girl questioned Izuku. Izuku shook it off and answered the girl while still sporting a faint blush, "Sorry. Yes, I'm Midoriya Mizuku, am Midoriya Izuku." He stood up from his chair and quickly gave the girl a courteous bow. "I take it that you're Yaoyorozu Mo. The girl gave him a soft chuckle and returned the bow. "Yes, I am Yaoyorozu Momo. It is a pleasure to finally meet face to face Izuku." "Same, Momo," Izuku responded. "Ahem." Shoka cleared her throat as a way to get Izuku's attention. The verdette seemed to kick himself at the perceived social flop and went to introduce his friends. "All right, Momo, let me introduce you to my friends. On the right is Sakurane Shoka. She was the friend I told you about who I play Hero Scramble with." Izuku gestured to Shoka. The Ravenet gave Momo a wave and a friendly smirk. "Welcome to the party, Yaoyorozu. And on the left is Shinso Hitoshi." Izuku's words drew Momo's attention and she looked over at the ever-tired Indigoat who simply gave her a nod before returning to his coffee. "Don't worry. That's just Shinso default state," Izuku explained, a small grin forming on his face. "Please, sit down and join us. SK will move over for you, so don't mind her." "Thank you, Izuku," Momo said, moving her satchel off of her shoulder and onto the table. The cat in question moved to the floor, letting Momo pull the chair back so she could sit down with the others. SK was quick to jump onto the girl's lap immediately. She didn't protest and simply let her new sitting partner get comfortable. Before anything else happened, All 4 cats meowed in unison, as if to let Izuku know he still wasn't done. Right, sorry you 4, Izuku answered the quartet of felines sheepishly. Momo, meet RK, BK, LK, and SK. Izuku went in order around the table, each cat meowing as their name was called. SK leaned heavily into Momo's touch as she began to pet the cat in her lap. Well, since introductions are happening, I guess it's my turn. Mr. H spoke up as he walked over to the table with a fresh pot of coffee. He began to refill Shinso's cup as he spoke to Momo. Name's Hanakoma-sane, but just call me Mr. H. And let me welcome you to Cafe Wildcat. Once Shinso's cup was refilled, he focused entirely on Momo. So, what's your mood for today? Momo tilted her head in confusion as to what the question meant. Well, I am feeling rather relaxed and excited about today. Izuku and Shoka were mostly focused on the rather cute reaction the girl had to Mr. H's question while Shinso merely raised a brow. Mr. H however just chuckled as he clarified, sorry, it's more me asking you what are you in the mood for. Sometimes a certain drink just fits your mood or you're in the mood for something specific, ya know. Oh, Momo said in realization, well, a nice cup of tea would be lovely. Do you happen to serve golden tips? Mr. H brought a hand to his chin as he thought on it. Yeah, I should have some leaves of it in the back. Give me a few minutes and I can brew you a cup. Thank you, Mr. H, Momo replied gratefully at Mr. H's accommodation. No problem, Yaoyorozu, and don't worry about paying for this first cup. First-time guests always get it on the house. Mr. H said as he waved it off. Momo's lips quirked into a bright smile at Mr. H's generosity as he began to walk to the back of the shop. For now, I leave you in the capable hands of phones. Momo turned to Izuku, confused by the moniker. Izuku simply grabbed at his red headphones that sat around his neck, his nickname for me. He gives one out to everyone. Shoka and Shinso nodded in unison at Izuku's words. Well, how about before we get started, we take some time to get to know each other better? Izuku asked as he looked at the rest of the table. Shoka and Shinso seemed to pick up the hint and the 3 started to share more about themselves to ease Momo into the group. For over an hour, they traded stories and tidbits about each other with Momo doing the same. Izuku could see the relieved and happy mixture of emotions Momo had as she began to interact with their trio as time passed. Their eyes met for a moment and they shared a smile as they continued to talk with Shoka and Shinso. Once the group was comfortable enough, they began to switch over to their studies. So, what shall we start with? Momo asked, her arms pumped excitedly to her sides as her eyes and smile beamed. The other 3 teens could swear there were literal sparkles forming around the girl. Whatever feelings of dread they once had seemed to dissolve at her elated expression. If there was one word the 3 teens would use to describe Momo at that moment, bouncy would be the most apt description. That description only fit better as she pulled out several books and notebooks she brought to the study session, which she began to take over without much struggle from the others, the 3 teens trusting her to lead the group through their work. Takoba Beach, 6 months before the entrance exams. Yagi Toshinori was surprised at the rate at which the beach was getting cleared. When he first heard Aizawa mention that his 2 trainees had added a 3rd to their group, he had expected things to pick up but not at the pace they had. Already the 3 teens had cleared a 3rd of the beach, removing enough trash and waste to allow passers-by a better view of the ocean. As he got closer to the beach itself, he could hear the sound of grunts, yells, and crashes all coming together in a strange yet fulfilling ballad of perseverance. He saw Aizawa standing at the foot of the stairs as he oversaw his 3 trainees. What brings you out here, Yagi? The tired hero called out, spooking the incognito hero by the fact Aizawa didn't even turn to look at him before asking. Well, I wanted to see how the 3 teens you are training were handling things. You said they were making decent progress, so I grew curious. Toshinori answered. He turned his attention to see the 3 teens in question hard at work. A wide smile grew on his face as he continued, besides, I did help make their training program. It would be bad if I didn't make sure they were following it correctly. Aizawa gave him a small hum before drinking from his thermos. The two heroes continued to watch the teens' progress, moving several large appliances together as they tackled their current pile. For a while, that's all they did. Sometimes sharing some ideas or Toshinori asking for advice for when he started teaching at UA. As they continued to chat, Toshinori mostly focused on Izuku, keeping track of how he was doing and how he seemed to lead the other two in their project workout. If one of his friends began to slow down, Izuku would either slow his pace down to match theirs to help them out or choose to encourage them to continue on, the Ravenet, in particular, pushing herself further because of his words. Toshinori's smile grew wider and wider. Soon he turned to leave but addressed Aizawa once more. "You have some good kids, Aizawa. I can see they will make some fine heroes." As Toshinori began to leave, he missed the ghost of a smile forming on Aizawa's face as he watched the three. Once the blonde hero reached the top of the stairs, he turned to look at the teens once more, spotting the patch of green hair he was looking for. Izuku felt ego hum as he worked, feeling an odd pull from it. He stopped in the middle of his workout trying to figure out why ego began to act up. He turned his attention to the entrance to the beach and saw Toshinori watching. The blonde hero gave the teen a bright smile and a nod. That smile began to fill Izuku with more energy and he returned the nod to the stranger, a feeling of familiarity forming in his mind, but before he could continue that train of thought, Aizawa's voice broke through. "Midoriya, you still have 18 minutes before your next break. Stop wasting time." Izuku refocused and continued working. "Yes, sensei." The train ride was smooth from the Shizuoka prefecture to the Aichi prefecture. Honestly, some really lovely weather for traveling to visit a friend. And with Aizawa giving them a well-earned break, they didn't want to waste it. Momo had invited the trio to a friendly outing at her modest home earlier in the week and they couldn't really say no to the girl. It was only now that the three teens confirmed that Momo's understanding of certain things might have been skewed. A mansion that was almost the size of Izuku's apartment complex was not modest by any means. Nor was the large amount of land it sat on, but that was neither here nor there. Despite Momo assuring them that it would be better for them to dress for a casual hangout, they were starting to regret not dressing up, just a little. Izuku had on a white long-sleeve t-shirt that had the words, "dress shirt," written on the chest and a green puffy vest over top of it. He wore a pair of black jeans and finished the outfit with his usual red shoes and his headphones wrapped around his neck. Shinso had on a short-sleeve burgundy hoodie, a pair of blue jeans that had the ends rolled up, and a pair of white slip-on shoes. Shoka decided to forego her usual Mr. Mew hoodie and just went in her plaid gray sailor dress, and switched out her socks for black leggings. Izuku, Shoka, and Shinso shook themselves from their stupor and pressed the call button outside of the gate to announce their arrival. Hello, we're here to see Ms. Yaoyorozu. She invited us." Izuku figured it was better to be respectful and formal but was unsure how to go about this. This world was alien to him. "Yes, you must be Mr. Midoriya, Ms. Sakurane, Mr. Shinso. Lady Yaoyorozu is expecting you." The gate began to open up for the three teens as the voice on the intercom spoke again, "Please come in. Lady Yaoyorozu will meet you at the entrance." The three teens crossed the gate's threshold and began their trek into this strange new world. As they closed in on the mansion, Shoka couldn't help but whistle out in amazement. "I know she is rich, but this is rich, rich kinda rich," she commented. Izuku and Shinso nodded dumbly at her words, not being able to disagree with her assessment. As they made it to the main entrance, Izuku was about to knock when the doors suddenly opened, revealing Momo as she excitedly stepped out to greet her friends. She had her hair pulled into her signature ponytail and wore a red, short-sleeve button-up shirt dress with a black belt wrapped around her waist. Her smile seemed to grow larger and brighter by the second as she welcomed them. "Greetings. I am so glad you all could make it." She paused to read Izuku's shirt once she noticed the writing, having to bring a hand up to cover her mouth as she chuckled at the joke shirt. She calmed down and opened the door wide enough for the group, gesturing them to come inside. "Welcome to my family's home." Izuku and the others thanked her and stepped inside, taking off their shoes and switching them out for some slippers Momo provided. They gawked at the large and open entrance hall, taking in every detail they could. The pristine and polished wood floor shined and almost perfectly reflected their own appearances as they looked down at the ground. A set of several large, wooden doors sat on both sides of the hall, leading to other wings of the mansion. 2 sets of stairs flanked the sides of the room and curved with the walls, leading to the upper floor. A large set of windows were fixed to the back of the room, letting in the natural sunlight and allowing it to brighten up the space. "Please follow me," Momo directed as she led the group down another hall. There was a definite bounce to her steps as she walked with them, giving them a small tour on the way to their destination. As they continued on, Izuku asked a question, "So, Momo, what are we doing today? You were pretty secretive about it." Momo turned to him to speak. "I wanted it to be a surprise. I was unsure what would be a fun activity for us to do when Mr. H gave me an idea and offered to loan me several pre-Quirk movies for us to watch. He did recommend that we should have a rather open day for us to view them all." Her eyes began to sparkle as her bouncy personality came to the forefront, and when I saw what he offered me I just knew I had to keep it a surprise. He even had the extended editions. She squealed out. Shoka smirked at the other Ravenet's excitement. "Well, if Mr. H recommended it, it's gotta be something worth watching." Momo opened a large door and the group followed her into an enormous room. Several red couches sat in rows facing a wall to their right. The trio's eyes widened as they saw a large screen that sat in the center of the wall and almost reached the edges of it. At the opposite end were several tables that were filled with a variety of concessions that could last them a week. "I didn't know exactly what flavors you would enjoy, so I made sure to have them all just in case. If there is something else you would like, please let me know and I can ask one of our staff to retrieve it for you," Momo explained. Izuku, Shoka, and Shinso just took everything in stride and alleviated the heiress' concerns by accepting her offer and letting their hostess breathe a sigh of relief. The 4 teens prepared their own snacks, grabbing various treats or filling bowls to the brim with popcorn. Shinso took a whole pot of coffee Momo had prepared for him, the heiress graciously thanking Izuku for the tip. Once they were set, they took their seats. Shinso took a couch to himself, cradling his pot of coffee as he got himself comfortable. Izuku, Shoka, and Momo took another with Izuku sandwiched between the Ravenet pair, something he wasn't expecting and something he was trying hard not to focus on as the movie began to start. It didn't help that his heart was beating a mile a minute. Or that the 2 Ravenets' hearts were as well as they noticed the same thing he did. Shinso felt like this was just the pre-show and watched with a smirk. The lights dimmed. Music began to quietly swell as a choir set the mood. An unknown language began to speak over the symphony of sounds as a distinct female voice started to narrate. "The world has changed. Musudafu streets, 3 months before the entrance exam. Izuku, Shoka, and Shinso were stretching at the entrance of a park as citizens passed them by and younger kids ran through to play. Once they finished, the 3 huddled up and started going over the instructions Aizawa sent them. All right, Aizawa wants us to practice our free running. I say we start from here, and make our way to Cafe Wildcat." Izuku started. "Quirks and support gear are only allowed to prevent serious injury," Shinso added. "Last one there covers drinks through the next week," Shoka finished off. The teens all looked at each other before nodding in agreement to the rules. They lined up at the entrance of the park and readied themselves. Izuku made sure his pins were equipped while Shinso checked his capture scarf was secure. Shoka merely tightened her shoes and looked over her clothes to see if there were any tears. Once they are set, they get into a runner's starting position and began a mental countdown. Deuces, dummies. That is until Shoka shot off before Izuku and Shinso even started and cheekily called out to them. Izuku and Shinso blinked before kicking into gear and chasing after her. Mentally they were chiding themselves for getting one of Aizawa's lessons. "There are no countdowns, you have a task and you get to it." Shoka maintained her lead, using her natural speed to keep ahead. Izuku and Shinso would close the gap soon enough. And then the real race began. The 3 teens ducked into an alley, using it as a shortcut to their destination. They passed by trash cans and piles of garbage, jumping and dodging past any obstacles in their way. Izuku jumped past Shoka, using the wall of a building as a springboard. He rolled as he landed to follow through with his momentum and was now leading the group as they exited the alley. The three teens weaved through the crowded sidewalks of Musudafu as they were filled with a plethora of people. As they maintained their pace as they reached one of the busiest sections of their run, a mall that was a popular spot in the city. The teens blitzed through the doors, nearly colliding with several shoppers who voiced their frustrations at the teens. They began to run through the large atrium, jumping on top of the indoor garden walls, sliding under tables and various stalls, or vaulting over rails. Shinso had pulled ahead of Izuku by taking a risky maneuver. He vaulted over a bench in between two mall-going teens, shocking the pair as he blurred past them. As he bypassed the verdette, he was the first one to leave the mall with Izuku and Shoka not far behind. Further down their path, they had begun to cross a pedestrian overpass. All three vaulted over the rail, landing on the platform below them, skipping past the first flight of stairs and people on them. Shoka pushed herself by clearing the final flight of stairs in a single leap, shocking Izuku and Shinso at her gutsy move. The girl landed cleanly as she rolled forward and sped up. They sprinted after her and onto a side path that sat next to an artificial creek. As Shoka rounded the corner, she was cut off by Shinso as he hopped past her in the corner, taking her by surprise. She shook it off and shot after him, not noticing Izuku taking a higher path by scaling a wall near them. Shoka and Shinso were neck and neck when they saw a shadow pass overhead, with Izuku clearing a rather large gap between the wall he was on and his target. He nailed the landing and quickly bunny hopped off the top of the wall and rolled on the ground, kipping back up and sprinting ahead. They made their last turn as they saw the cafe in the distance. Each team gained control of the lead as they outmaneuvered the other in a gritty final sprint. They closed in on the cafe, Mr. H already opening the door for them as if he knew they were coming. Izuku, Shoka, and Shinso battled for first place, each breathing heavily as they pushed themselves to go faster. Mr. H held his hand up, waiting for the first person to cross and high-five him, signaling the winner. The teens readied themselves, only to see a hand from inside the cafe reach over and slap Mr. H's hand. The cafe owner smirked and brought his hand down. What? The teens were taken by surprise as Shinso crossed first, followed by Izuku and Shoka. Unfortunately, their shock caused them to collide with one another, creating a heap on the floor as they crashed. They groaned out in pain as they tried to make sense of things, only to see Aizawa with a cup of coffee in his hands as he stood next to Mr. H. Both men looked at the mass of teens in amusement. "Looks like I won," Aizawa simply stated. The teens stared at him and began to grumble, though none of them wanted to argue with him. After all, it was their fault for not noticing he had been with them since the beginning. Izuku and Shoka waited at the park for Momo to show up. The three had planned out a day for them to hang out, which the Ravenet heiress had been more than excited for. Shinso wasn't able to join them, but that didn't mean he didn't mess with Izuku. The verdette put away his phone, silently cursing his friend for reminding him of one simple fact. He was about to spend the day with two pretty girls, and Izuku was currently trying to calm himself down. With little success, if the concerned looks Shoka gave him were anything to go by. "Yo, Izuku, you doin' all right?" Shoka asked him. "Yes," the verdette immediately cried out. Shoka jumped back slightly at the noise and Izuku blushed at his actions. He sheepishly rubbed the back of his head as he apologized. Sorry Shoka. Just thinking on things." He avoided looking at her, which was difficult as she leaned forward. He tried hard to fight back a blush, he really did. Her questioning look and her lips morphing into a pout didn't help matters. She huffed out before shaking her head, letting Izuku catch his breath and calm down as they continued to wait for Momo. They didn't have to wait much longer as Momo arrived, stepping out of a limousine to the surprise of many park-goers who could only watch the rich girl rush over to her friends. "Hello, I'm sorry it took me so long to get here. My mother had some business to conclude and the meeting had unfortunately dragged on longer than expected." Momo apologized. Izuku and Shoka looked past the Ravenet to see a woman they would say was a much older version of her with shorter hair that framed her face. The older Yaoyorozu gave the two teens a grateful smile before nodding to them. "No worries Momo, we're just glad you could make it," Izuku replied, giving her a kind smile. It happens. Shoka shrugged while quirking the corner of her lips into a smile of her own. She pulled out her phone and looked at Momo, ready to wreck some raids. Momo smiled gratefully at the two and pulled out her phone from her bag. Her eyes took on a determined gleam as she answered the hooded Ravenet, "Let us undertake this endeavor together." The three teens cheered as one and began their game. They started to wander the streets of Musudafu to search for any raids to complete or new heroes to add to their roster. It had been an active several hours, with Momo starting to come to her own as she led the other two, much to their enjoyment as she was coming out of her shell. Their wanderings shifted focus as they began to just see where the day would take them. To Momo's elation, they had passed by a bookstore that she had heard about and seemed to teleport into it, surprising both Izuku and Shoka at her sudden disappearance. They followed after her and took in the general feel of the store as they searched for their friend. Momo's head popped out of the shelves, a bright smile forming on her lips as she called out to her friends, "Izuku, Shoka, over here. Come see what I found." Izuku and Shoka chuckled as they entered the aisle Momo disappeared into. It was not what they were expecting as the shelves were lined with various scientific journals and textbooks. Momo bounced on her heels as she perused the various texts, speaking up as she explained several of them and what their contents were and excitedly picking out several she had yet to read. Izuku took an interest, asking what could be used to help her quirk. The two got lost in their discussion as Shoka just watched on in amusement. She decided to tease the two, her voice reminding the two teens that she was with them. Adorkable. The two blushed and broke apart. They recovered from Shoka's teasing and continued to walk the store. Momo had noticed that there were several nooks off to the side and had a thought. She looked to her two friends and spoke up rather timidly, "Would it be all right if we could spend some more time here? I don't wish to impose if you would prefer doing something else instead." "Hey, whatever floats your boat. I'm fine with taking things slow for now," Shoka answered. Izuku nodded along. "That's fine with me, Momo." Momo beamed her friend's acceptance and immediately began to pull several books from the shelf before walking the rest of the store. Izuku and Shoka followed her lead to look for something that caught their eyes. They didn't notice Momo sneak into the romance section, looking to see if the next book in the series she was reading had come out. She lucked out and planned to place an order after reading the rather raunchy blurb the book had. But that was for later. And when she was alone, she eventually met back up with Izuku and Shoka and dragged them over to a small nook so that they could take the time to enjoy the peaceful atmosphere as she began to lead an impromptu book club for the three. She had a content smile on her face as she enjoyed the fact that Izuku and Shoka were more than willing to indulge her this day. A warm feeling built up in her chest as she looked up and over the edge of her book. The day had passed them by rather quickly after that. Not wanting to end the day early, Shoka led the other two to a rather tall building and guided them up to the roof. People watching from above the city streets was one of her favorite things to do, and while it wasn't the 104 building, this would have to do. Izuku and Momo joining her made up for it. The evening sun began to sink into the horizon, and the three teens watched the people of Musudafu travel the streets as the city began to quiet down for the night. "Izuku, Shoka, thank you." Momo's voice rang out, breaking the silence between them. The two teens turned to look at Momo. The heiress brought her legs up to hug them as she continued to watch the people down below. "It has been a while since I just enjoyed myself like this," she said, a weary smile forming on her face as she continued to speak. "You already know this, Izuku, but I never had the best luck with forming friends among my peers. And when I began to focus on wanting to be a hero, more and more people I thought were my friends began to voice their real opinions. And I started to feel alone." She turned her head to look at her two friends. "I had never even heard of Hero Scramble before until one day one of our staff mentioned it to me. They came up with the idea that no one would know me. So when we first interacted, I was elated to see you treat me as anyone else. And I was even happier when you just considered me a friend and never thought less of me or tried to use me." Momo began to smile, her tone carrying a warmth with her words, "And then you brought me into your group, and you two along with Shinso just accepted me." Her smile grew wider as she finished her speech. "So from the bottom of my heart, thank you for being my friends." Izuku returned her smile with one of his own. So thanks for being our friend, Momo. Shoka gave her a nod and a soft smile. Like I said when we met, welcome to the party, Momo. Momo just looked at the two with a soft expression, her eyes filled with gratitude at their words. The three teens returned to watching the streets below them, letting their day end on a high note. Aizawa made his way to the beach at the behest of his problem children. Despite it being early in the morning, he began to run through his thoughts as he reminisced about their time together as they worked to clean the beach. They had made progress and they should be finished soon. Where he expected them to slow down, they had surprised him by helping each other through it all. Each bit of training was met with determination as they tackled all of his sessions without complaint. He broke free of his thoughts as he neared the beach, his eyes widening in surprise. It was entirely clear. They had apparently worked harder than ever and ended this marathon with a dead sprint to the end. He scanned the beach and found nothing out of place, the ocean's waves lapping against clean sand. He turned to his right and saw the last pile of trash piled up and ready to be loaded. And his three problem children standing or sitting on various bits of scrap, each had a triumphant smile on their faces. Sensei, Midoriya called out to him. We finished. The verdette then had a challenging look on his face. What else do you have for us? Aizawa gave an amused huff at the teen's words. Careful now, Midoriya, are you sure you want to have more thrown at you? We got this. Sakurane answered assuredly, we're just that awesome. Besides, we already handled the kitchen sink, it's somewhere in this pile. Shinso supplied, and we still haven't finished our task. Aizawa raised an inquisitive brow at their words, really now? What else is there? Izuku was the one to answer. Our task is to get into UA. We still have 2 months left. Plenty of time left to go beyond. Aizawa looked at the trio of teens. He only saw determination to keep moving forward. The three hero hopefuls never faltered and waited for him. He noted the physical changes their training had brought them. Izuku and Shinso had built up quite a bit of muscle, their dirty workout attire barely hiding their new builds. Shoka had become more toned, her whole body having a little more definition. Aizawa couldn't help but smirk behind his capture scarf. You know the rules, you won't complain when we start. Aizawa raised a finger to emphasize his next few words, you are choosing to keep going. I better see that resolve even after you get in. Am I clear? Yes, sensei. The trio all responded as one. Aizawa looked on as they stood together. He couldn't help but see the past overlay on top of the three teens in front of him. He felt a pain in his heart at the memory but steeled his own nerves. I won't fail them, he thought somberly. UA, University, day of the recommended exams. Momo walked the halls of UA as she made her way to the examination area. There was to be a brief interview before the written exam, and ending with the physical exam. She felt confident in the interview. Being the heiress to the Yaoyorozu family name meant she was used to interviews and meetings, something she joined her mother and father in to see how they handled business. The written exam she was more than ready for. After all, she had spent years studying various topics and practices just for her quirk alone. That tended to blend into other aspects of her life. The extra time she spent helping Izuku, Shoka, and Shinso with their own studies, more so the latter two, gave her a little mental boost. But for the physical portion of the exam, she was a mess of nerves. Remember Momo, you are a Yaoyorozu. You don't wither at the opposition. You have studied and trained for this. She tried to mentally prepare herself. She stopped in the middle of the hallway, her own mind still battling with itself. She tried desperately to calm herself down as her own self-doubt began to creep up on her. The sound of her phone chiming broke her out of her thoughts. She fumbled through her bag as she pulled out her phone. She smiled as she read her messages. Phones. You got this Momo. We're rooting for you. Showcat. You're totally gonna kill it. Brood. Show them what you got. She brought a hand to her mouth to stifle her laughter as Izuku and Shoka ended their well wishes with their own emojis of a green bunny and a black cat cheering and holding banners. She turned off her phone and put it away. There was still some self-doubt in her heart, but the words of her friends filled her confidence as she walked through the exam room door. One final thought filled her mind as she remembered an interaction she shared with Izuku long ago. So until you believe in yourself, I will believe in you. And when you do, I will still believe in you. Time to believe in myself. Thank you, Izuku. She strode through the door with a newfound confidence, ready to do more than pass. She would excel. Izuku, Shoka, and Shinso sat on the stairs leading to Takoba Beach. The three took in the sight of the pristine beach they had spent the last few months working hard to clean up. Izuku slid his phone into his pocket as he spoke up. Good luck, Momo. Shoka nudged Izuku with her elbow. Hey, she's got this. Izuku shook away any thoughts of doubt and smiled at her. Yeah, you're right. Now all we have to do is pass the exams ourselves, Shinso added. Izuku nodded at Shinso's words. He began to unclip Ego from his shirt, holding the small pin in the palm of his hand. He looked down at it, feeling the constant hum reassure the verdette and washing away any lingering thoughts of doubt. He clenched his fist around the pin and stood up. And we will, Izuku proclaimed. He turned around to face his friends, bringing his fist out in front of him. We came this far, and this was just the start. He thrust his arm out as he continued, time for our worlds to grow, for us to go beyond. Shinso gave him an amused huff while Shoka gave the verdette a cocky smirk. She brought her arm up and bumped her fist against his. Please, they won't know what hit him. The gray-eyed Ravenet stated. The two turned to Shinso who joined in the huddle, his fist connecting with theirs. Might as well see how it goes. Don't think you two lovebirds will leave me behind, he said with a small grin. Oi, Izuku and Shoka cried out indignantly together. The two sneaked a shy glance at the other, only to dart their eyes away as they blushed. The three teens shared a final laugh as they took one last look at the beach. Izuku looked out at the crashing waves, a bright determined smile forming on his face as he readied himself for what was to come. Chapter text. UA, University, Day of the Entrance Exam. UA, University. A simple building but imposing nonetheless. A cube-like building that had 4 towering corners and sky bridges connected each one in the middle. Its highly polished glass perfectly reflects the sky around it. Once you pass the barriers and main gate that protect the campus, you are greeted by a simple pathway surrounded by trees and sculpted busts of various past UA alumni on display, watching over the current students as they go to class. And now these vigilant stone heads watch as future hopefuls enter for the entrance exam. Specifically, 3 teenagers as they looked at the school with various feelings. For Shinso, he was his usual tired self, but one could see he was focused on what was to come. He saw an opportunity he thought he would never have. His chance to show he was more than his quirk, that he could take what is seen as villainous and be heroic. For Shoka, she saw a fresh start, and the first real step to taking control of her life, and a chance to be more. She kept her eyes on the building ahead of her, her mind filled with positive thoughts as she mentally pumped herself up to keep moving forward without regrets. For Izuku, he stood in awe that he was finally here. His eyes shone with determination, with a hint of trepidation. His own self-doubt began to wash away as he felt Ego hum. He brought a hand to the pin clipped to his Gakuran's collar, a warm smile now forming on his face as he remembered why he was there. To be a hero. Unfortunately, their musings were cut abruptly short by a bombastic and abrasive voice. Out of the way, you shitty extras. The 3 teens begrudgingly turned around, each expressing a different emotion at the loud outburst. Izuku schooled his features the most, but one could see he was already exasperated. Shinso was more annoyed than anything. Shoka didn't even hide her own distaste at the sudden arrival of the ash blonde behind them. Bakugo Katsuki had crossed the UA gate's threshold and was making his way to the group. He had grown a couple of centimeters over the year and sported a bigger and muscular physique from his time training. That was where the changes ended though. He was still the same loud ash blonde explosion user for the most part. I said get out of my way, Deku. The ash blonde growled out. Izuku, Shoka, and Shinso exchanged glances with one another, and then at the space around them. They weren't even taking up much room on the pathway. A fact that Shoka wanted to be known in her own special way. Huh, so do you use a tire pump or do you pay someone to blow hot air up your ass? Only way to explain how your big ass head can't just go around. The Ravenet barbed out. Bakugo clicked his tongue in annoyance. TCH. The beep you say, cat bitch. Sorry, I didn't realize your brain didn't increase to match the head. I'll go slower for you, Shoka said while smirking. Go around, loser. The crowd of students around the four came to a stop, their own curiosity getting the better of them as they watched the scene go on. Bakugo began to let his anger get to him and his quirk started to create small pops from his hands. He held himself back from acting, but not before Izuku and Shinso stepped forward. It became an intense stare down between the four teens, neither side giving the other the edge. Bakugo, you said we'll settle it once we're in UA. So back off. We still have to get in, right? Izuku said, trying to de-escalate the situation. Bakugo looked into the verdette's eyes and only saw defiance mixed with a challenging glint in them. The ash blonde clicked his tongue once more and simply walked around the three. But not before shooting Izuku and Shoka a dirty look. The three teens didn't break their gaze until Bakugo entered the building. Izuku sighed, Shinso let out a held breath, and Shoka just huffed. Asshole, she dryly stated. Wow, that guy must be feelin' pretty tense. A cheery voice spoke up, surprising the group. Standing next to them was an auburn-haired girl who was just a few centimeters shorter than Shoka, though she was slightly curvier and thicker than the Ravenet. Her hair was cut into a shoulder-length bob cut, with two front bangs going down just past them and framing her face. The rest of her bangs were cut to be just above her eyebrows, showing off her large, brown eyes that had thick upper lashes. The most prominent feature was two perpetual pink blushes on her cheeks. She was wearing a dark brown overcoat on top of her standard school uniform, with a pink scarf warped around her neck. She looked at the trio with a smile on her face. Though I guess everyone must be pretty nervous, right? I know I am. Izuku, Shoka, and Shinso just blinked at the girl in confusion, each having a different response to her question. Kinda, I guess. Sure. We'll go with that. The auburn-haired girl then brought her hands together, the points of her fingers pressing against each other, with her pinkies kept separate as she kept speaking. Well, good luck to you all. We don't want to be late. See ya. The girl left as quickly as she appeared, leaving the three to watch her enter the building. They just stood there, still trying to process the past two interactions within the last few minutes while the other students just walked around them and made their way to the university's entrance. Well, that happened, Shoka stated. Izuku and Shinso dumbly nodded, unsure of what else to say. Without much fanfare, Izuku led the other two as they entered the building and followed the others to their testing sites. Izuku sat down at his desk as he waited for the written portion of the exams to begin. Shoka and Shinso had left for their own rooms, leaving him alone in a room full of new people. He kept to himself, trying to mentally prepare for the upcoming exam. The verdette tried to calm down by people watching, seeing if he could notice the more notable quirks and figure out what they may be. He didn't have to wait long before the door opened and the proctor walked in. The pro-hero ectoplasm entered, carrying a stack of packets meant for the room of examinees. He was a tall hero who wore a tan cloak over a black bodysuit with several yellow lines along his neck. His whole head was covered by a black helmet that allowed his inward slanted eyes and teeth to be seen. The helmet was complete with a jaw guard that had built-in mufflers on his ears. If one paid attention, one would see a pair of prosthetic legs peeking out from the bottom of the cloak. Everyone, the pro-hero began speaking, please take your seats. I will pass out the exams in 5 minutes, so make sure you are ready. The rest of the examinees began to take their seats, mindful not to cause any issues that could get them kicked from the exam before it even started. While they did so, Izuku took another look at the hero and saw he was counting seats but stopped when he saw Izuku. The verdette tilted his head in confusion when he saw that but didn't pay it any further mind and focused on getting ready. Because of that, he failed to see ectoplasm shift a single test to a certain spot in the stack. The pro-hero began to pass out the exams and Izuku noticed his test had a red tab on the side that sealed the exam. Before he could think more about it, he heard ectoplasm speak. Examinees, you may begin your test. Izuku removed the seal and flipped open his test at the hero's words. And immediately began to sweat at the first words he saw. Remember, it's time for you to go, plus ultra, the admin. His body shivered. In another room, Shoka didn't fare much better. She read the same words and she felt a deep fear clench her heart. Over at the Indigo's testing room, Shinso began to question his friendship with Izuku and Shoka when he realized what those words implied. The three teens all had the same name running through their minds at that moment. Nezu. I'm so glad we have a Momo, Izuku stated. The verdette's face was drained as the light left his eyes. Shoka and Shinso looked just as bad when they all met up in the auditorium as they finished their written exams. Shinso had immediately slumped against the desk, seeming more lifeless than usual, only giving noncommittal grunts and groans as responses. Shoka just stared tiredly ahead, not really focused on anything. Same. Ugh. The trio spent what time they could to rest up before the presentation for the practical portion of the exam began. Slowly as time went on, examinees began to trickle into the hall and take their seats wherever they could. Bakugo had, unfortunately, taken a seat next to the trio, much to their own growing annoyance and that of Bakugo's. Soon the lights dimmed and a large screen proudly displaying the UA logo turned on. A series of spotlights shined and pointed directly at the stage. Standing in the bright light was the voice hero, Present Mike. The pro hero on stage was a tall, slim man with a small brown mustache and long blonde hair slicked back and upward, giving him the look of a cockatoo. He wore a pair of triangular, orange-tinted sunglasses and a set of stereo headphones with the word, Hage, written on the headband. The man had a wide and ever-present smile on his face. His outfit consisted of a leather jacket with a high-popped collar, a pair of matching black pants, and knee-high boots. A red belt was wrapped around his waist and his jacket had a set of tan shoulder pads and red elbow pads for added protection, with a pair of black, studded fingerless gloves worn on his hands. His look was finished with a support item around his neck that aided his quirk, voice. Hey little listeners, thanks for joining us for the UA entrance exams. The blonde hero's voice rang throughout the hall. Get ready to tune in for some extra special details for the physical exam. Everybody say, hey. The room was quiet for a moment, none of the examinees daring to make a sound. Until one teen obliged the voice hero. His smile grew wider as he saw a verdette with messy hair standing up with his arm up in the air. He could see the ravenet on the boy's right smiling at his action while the indigote on his left was trying to hide, but still had a ghost of a smirk on his face. Finally, the hero mentally cheered. I am loving that energy, my green friend. Present Mike said. Now let's get this show started and rolling. Are you ready? He loudly questioned the masses. He turned his body slightly and brought a hand to his ear as he hoped to hear several of the crowd cheer with him. Yeah, this time the verdette was joined by the ravenet on his right, while the indigote, even though he didn't cheer, raised his arm up with little fanfare. It brought a tear to the voice hero's eye. The ash blonde sitting next to them was trying hard not to yell at the two, so he voiced his displeasure in a low tone, beeping Deku. God damn cat bitch. I am now officially rooting for you too. But now, without further ado, let's get to the down low of your exam. You little listeners will be taking part in a mock battle at several different sites on campus. Your goal is to get as many points in a 10-minute time period as you can. Present Mike explained. The screen behind him shifted and showed several sites labeled A through G. After this pre-show, you will head over to your specified battle center, labeled on the card in your folders. Izuku, Shoka, Shinso, and Bakugo each pulled out a card from their folder. They all noticed they were in separate battle sites. Probably to keep us from working together with people we know. Look, even our numbers are consecutive. Izuku verbalized. Most likely. If anything, I get why they separated us three. Shinso added. At least we don't have to deal with the Pomeranian, Shoka said with a smirk. You're lucky we aren't in the same site, otherwise I'd crush you, cat bitch. Bakugo angrily remarked. And don't look at my card. The screen changed again, this time to display a mock city with several silhouettes around it, each with different numbers labeling them. Present Mike continued the presentation, there are 3 different types of foe villains throughout each city. And each gives you a different number of points depending on if you can beat them. Careful though, the difficulty goes up for each one, but that doesn't mean there aren't ways to defeat them. The screen changed again and showed a cartoon Present Mike running through the streets of one of the centers and defeating each type of foe villain. Your job is to use your quirks or your skills to either immobilize, destroy, or deactivate the villains, earning points as you go. Present Mike pointed to the crowd, but if you even think about attacking another examinee or doing anything unheroic, that's it, you're out. We've got eyes everywhere. Shinso began to flip through the printouts that were in the folder they were given. He skimmed through them trying to find any bits of information he could use, since it seemed like the practical portion of the exam was geared heavily to combat-oriented quirks. Seems like I might be at a disadvantage. The Indigoat grumbled. Maybe not, Izuku said. His 2 friends turned to him as he explained. Present Mike said, use your quirks or skills to immobilize, destroy, or deactivate. Deactivation could mean that there is a switch or trigger you can look for to turn them off. Shoka added to his explanation as a thought came to her, plus he said the difficulty goes up for them. So maybe these 1-pointers have weaker armor than a 2 or 3-pointer. You could work with that. It's only gonna be a total wash if you let it. Shinso thought about what the 2 said and smiled, a plan forming in his head. That was until a sudden voice broke him out of it. Excuse me. A tall, muscular teen with short, dark blue hair styled neatly, and flatly, down and parted to the side and shaved near the bottom. He had a pointed jaw and square eyes, his thin eyebrows pointed inwards giving him an air of seriousness. He wore a pair of square glasses, completing the look. May I ask a question? The brunette continued, standing up with his arm raised. Sure thing. You're on the air, the voice hero replied. On the printout provided to us, there are 4 types of foe villains listed, and yet you have only listed 3. If this is a misprint, then UA should be ashamed of their mistake. Everyone in the room just stared at the teen as he spoke, unsure of what his deal was. We are here to learn to be exemplary heroes. How can we expect to do so if UA is prone to mistakes such as this? He then turned around suddenly, pointing at Izuku, Shoka, and Shinso. And you 3, you all have been talking to each other constantly throughout the presentation and it is distracting. Furthermore, the green and black-haired ones are treating this like a game. If you are not here to take this exam seriously, then please leave so others can focus. The room went quiet at the brunette's outburst. Present Mike was about to take back control before Shoka spoke up. Are you kidding? Geez, how far does that stick go? The people around her began to chuckle at her words as the brunette seemed taken aback by them. Before he could voice his displeasure, Izuku spoke up. Please don't assume we're treating this like a game. It makes you look like a jerk, especially since you decided to call us, and UA, out specifically. And yes, we were talking. Between us, and only us. We were discussing how to handle the foe villains. I would prefer that my friends and I pass, and since we won't be working together at the sites, better to work together here where we have all the information we can get. Besides, Shinso continued, we were quiet. If you are so bothered by a few people chatting, then you have issues. Because it's not like we were the only ones talking. Alright, settle down listeners. Present Mike took control again. The trio and the brunette turned their attention to the voice hero. Thank you, Examinee 7111 for bringing us to our next point. See, that 4th villain is the 0-pointer. On the screen, the 4th villain type appeared. Where you should work to take down the other villains, better to avoid this guy. He is more like an obstacle, so to speak. There is one of these in each battle center and they like to go after groups. And while you can beat it, I don't recommend it. It might not be worth it in the end. After all, where the others add points, this one could reset your points. The room got quiet as Present Mike's words hung in the air. Should you directly engage this guy in a brawl, you may have to scramble to the top of the charts again. And with that, we have come to the end of the show. Before I go off the air, I will leave you with our university's motto. The hero Napoleon Bonaparte once said, a true hero is someone who overcomes life's misfortunes. The voice hero prepared himself for the last part, leaning forward as he addressed the crowd, "Go beyond." He then leaned back and raised his hands in the air as he cried out, "Plus Ultra." Izuku, Shoka, and Shinso looked at each other and smirked. They brought their hands out into a group fist bump, ready to tackle the next part. UA, University, Battle Site B. Izuku got off the bus with the other examinees who joined him at Site B. He had switched out of his uniform for a green hoodie with the sleeves rolled up, over a long-sleeve white sports shirt that had the sleeves go down and over his hands, with a hole cut out for his thumbs. He wore a pair of black joggers with the legs pulled up to his mid-calves, giving them a baggy look, and his usual red shoes. He was busy clipping on his pins to the hem of his hoodie, with Excalibur and Orbit being set to the ends of his sleeves, sitting just over his hands. He had made the decision that Excalibur and Orbit would be two of his go-to psychs and made sure they were always ready for use. As he stretched, he got a good look at his competitors. He noted several were stretching like he was while others seemed to look at the gates leading into the fake city in awe. He understood their reaction. It was impressive to see how large the city was. The fact that there were 6 more of these cities, and possibly more, was mind-boggling. He was having a mental debate trying to figure out if Yue might have had more money than Momo and her family did. He shook those thoughts away and noticed that the auburn-haired girl was at his side. And she didn't look too good. He could see how nervous she was and that she was trying to pump herself up and focus. Well, she did say she was nervous earlier. Might not hurt to help calm her down, Izuku said to himself. He started walking over to her when he felt a hand clasp his shoulder. Izuku turned, trying his hardest not to flip the person over with the training from Aizawa kicking in, and saw the blue net from earlier staring him down. That girl appears to be trying to focus. I can't in good conscience let you interfere with her chances, the tall teen declared. Izuku had an exasperated look to him as he stared at the teen. He pulled away, surprising the blue net, and walked over to the girl. The tall teen was stunned at the action but moved to follow Izuku, ready to reprimand him further. "Hey," the vedette called out. The auburn-haired girl turned around to see Izuku and smiled. "Oh, you're the boy from the entrance," she said, remembering him and his 2 friends. "Yeah, I just wanted to check and see how you were doing. You did say you were nervous when we first met," Izuku explained, giving the girl a concerned look. "Oh, why yeah, I'm still pretty nervous. Just kinda not believing I'm really here, you know," the auburn-haired girl answered. She brought her hands together as her voice lowered, "That and I don't know how good I'll do." Izuku looked at the girl, his gaze softening as he listened to her. "Hey, first off, just take a deep breath. It does wonders." He chuckled a little as the girl nodded and took several breaths to steady herself. "Second," the girl looked back at Izuku as he continued, "you got this far, right? That means you just need to go a bit further. You got this." The girl pumped her arms at his words. Izuku smiled and she returned it with one of her own. Izuku was about to leave her to her own devices before giving her one last bit of advice. "Oh, and third, don't hesitate." She was a little confused by what he said but nodded anyway. Izuku noticed that the gates were beginning to open. Once there was enough space, he bolted through and left the rest of the examinees behind. The others began to laugh at his actions, thinking that he messed up already. "Look, he beeped up already. Can't believe he jumped the gun like that. Guess that means one less competitor when the judges call him out." The auburn-haired girl looked around at the others and then at the gate, Izuku's words finally hitting her. Without another second lost, she sprinted after him, much to the confusion of the others. "What are you waiting for?" The voice of Present Mike rang out from the top of the judge's observation tower. There are no countdowns in real life. A few listeners have the right idea and are already charting. Go go go. And with those words, the group still remaining at the gates scrambled to get through to try and gather their points. Izuku didn't stop running. He had a straight path to a group of one-pointers further down the main street. And he decided to get his first points and to test the waters. He felt energy surge to his newest psych, Scratch Rhapsody, as its energy flowed to his hands and throat. The pin had his green rabbit wearing a pair of red headphones, one paw raised high above its head while the other rested on a vinyl record. It sat on a black background that had an explosion of neon colors and musical notes. As he brought his hands out and to the side, a green-blue disc appeared by each hand, similar to the records on his pins. Let's bring the noise. He began to move his hands like a disc jockey, the motions beginning to make visible sound waves travel to the group of one-pointers. Once the waves hit the faux villains, he cried out, causing the waves to distort and vibrate at higher frequencies as they tore away at the robots. The 4 faux villains were destroyed rather easily, but Izuku could feel some strain on his vocal cords while Rhapsody was drained and set to recover. Getting better, he thought. Just need to rest my voice. Save Rhapsody for the larger groups. He let his psych recharge and decided to get a better look at the surrounding area. He called on Orbit and used it to launch himself into the air and on top of one of the smaller buildings. Once the Verdette safely rolled from his landing, he used his parkour training to traverse the rooftops in search of more faux villains. He lucked out and saw a pair of 2-pointers patrolling the road below. He smiled as focused on Orbit again. He leapt off the roof and threw his arms up, causing Excalibur to form its green blade. With a downward slash, he cut through the tail of the first 2-pointer and then its chassis with ease and used Orbit to cushion his landing. As Orbit drained itself, he quickly rushed the other faux villain, drawing upon Excalibur once more. And then he slashed. Shoka easily cut through the head of the 2-pointer that sought her out to attack her. She flexed her claws as she smirked. Well, can't fault you for trying. You just weren't on my level. Shoka began to sprint ahead to a new area, her Quirk's transformation providing her a boost in her speed as she quickly passed by other examinees as they ran around looking for more faux villains. She was wearing a long-sleeve sports jacket with a hem that went down past her hips as it flared out like a skirt and a large collar that could cover the lower half of her face. She had a pair of leggings and her usual black high tops. With her Quirk at full activation, her whole outfit turned into a faded gray as her arms and legs were covered by her black armor. She passed by several other students who were engaged with their own robots and chose to move on, only sparing them a few glances. That was until she saw a 3-pointer stroll up behind another examinee who had yet to notice the looming threat. Shoka sped up, rushing past the remains of other faux villains as one piece of scrap caught her eye. She adjusted her course and used the piece of scrap as a ramp, jumping into the air. Shoka twisted her body, using her Quirk's tail to maintain her balance. As she closed in on the 3-pointer, she raised a leg high up and brought it down. Her empowered axe kick crushed the head of the 3-pointer with ease. The Ravenette then used the body as a springboard and launched herself over the other examinee and the 1-pointer they just finished destroying. The examinee's eyes widened as he saw Shoka soar over him, only for her to roll into her landing and slide across the ground on all fours, her claws digging into the road. Hey, watch what you're doing, the examinee yelled, not recognizing what Shoka did. The teen gritted his teeth as he left the Ravenette in the middle of the robotic carnage. Shoka narrowed her eyes as she stood up, watching the teen run away in search of more points. Sure, fine, not like I needed a thank you or anything. She huffed out. She refocused and continued her own search, running down the street and using her Quirk to clamber up and onto the rooftops. Shinso slid under the arms of a 1-pointer, doubling back and climbing on top of the robot. He found what he was looking for and flipped a large switch located on its back near its head. The 1-pointer stopped trying to jostle the Indigote off of itself and the light from behind its lens dimmed. The robot's body dropped to the ground as Shinso slid off of it. Shinso wiped the dust from his knees as he caught his breath. He noticed that his tracksuit had some scrapes from that maneuver, the black pants starting to tear and flay around the knees. His purple jacket was faring much better at least. He stood up and looked around the area. Okay, got some points going but the switches are the slow route, Shinso said to himself. He scanned the area and saw a down 3-pointer, and that it was broken up into several pieces. And one sharp piece of metal. The Indigote smiled, that'll work. Across the way, another examinee was smashing robots. His hair was black and hung down around his head. The sleeves of his tracksuit were ripped, showing off his arms that had a rocky appearance to them. He was too focused on the 2-pointer in front of him that he failed to notice a second 2-pointer talking up behind him. The two-pointer pulled its tail back and suddenly shot it forward. The next thing the teen heard was a clang as he felt the body of another person get pushed into him. He turned to look over his shoulder as he saw an Indigoat slam a piece of metal into the head of the two-pointer, the robot crumpling at the attack. When the robot fell to the ground, the Indigoat turned to address the black-haired teen. "Hey, you alright? Bro, that was so manly," the black-haired teen replied with a wide, sharp-toothed grin. Shinso just stared at the teen, already dreading this interaction. He was about to respond when he heard the pained cries of another examinee off in the distance. He turned back to the other teen and spoke, "Going to have to cut this short. Keep your head in the game." Shinso gripped the metal scrap he was carrying and sprinted off in the direction of the noise. The black-haired watched as Shinso ran off. He slammed his fists together, and the sound of rocky hands scraping rang out as he smiled. He chased after the Indigoat, calling out to the teen, "Hey, wait up. You might need some help." Shinso merely looked over his shoulder and gave the teen a nod as he continued forward. In a dark room, multiple video feeds filled a large screen that displayed various examinees as they undertook the practical portion of the entrance exam. The staff of UA was currently watching over the exam, taking note of several examinees that caught their interest. An interesting crop this year. Several video feeds were enlarged to showcase several examinees for the judges to focus on. One frame showed Bakugo as he blasted through several of the faux villains. On another screen, a tall teen with silver hair and multiple arms webbed together crouching on top of a building's roof as he was scanning the area in search of faux villains. One screen with the BlueNet Izuku encountered at his battle site was shown, the tall teen dashing through the streets of the mock city at high speeds. The next screen had the auburn-haired girl using her quirk to remove the gravity from several piles of robots and rubble to lift them in the air, freeing a few examinees who were trapped under it. The final screen had a blonde teen firing a laser from a large metal belt wrapped around his navel as he winked at where the camera was. Sparkles appeared and flared around his body as he did so. Several of the heroes in the room were honestly confused by that one. "This group does look rather promising," a female voice commented. The pro hero, Midnight, leaned forward in her chair. She is a mature, curvaceous woman who had an air of sensuality, or depending on who you asked, about her. She had long, thick, and spiky dark purple hair that draped down to her waist. She had 3 chin-length bangs, 2 of which were swept to the sides while the middle one hung in between her eyes. They were sky blue in color and had long eyelashes that added to her mature looks. But the main draw was the small beauty mark that sat just below her left eye. She wore a provocative costume that was similar to a dominatrix's costume. It consisted of a beepless, black leather leotard over a skin-tight, white bodysuit. The strip on her leotard that ran through the valley of her beeps was covered in several ruby-red gemstones that ran all the way down past her navel. She had a burgundy belt with gold accented and a buckle wrapped around her hips. A pair of dark stockings were connected to the belt itself as they rode up to her mid-thighs. She wore a pair of leather high-heeled boots that matched her leotard, a pair of broken handcuffs on each wrist, and a thin, red domino mask on her face. She licked her lips as she continued to watch the screens. "I can already see several students excelling once they are here. They would just need some extra tutoring." She was broken from her thoughts as water began to be sprayed from a bottle. Shota, quit it, she complained, raising her hands to shield herself from the water. Aizawa barely looked at her as he was still holding a bottle clearly labeled, "In case of Nemuri," on the side. Nemuri's words aside, she is right. This year's group does look rather promising, commented the pro hero, Smentos. Smentos has the appearance of a humanoid block of cement. He had thin, narrow black eyes and gray hair that was tied into a short ponytail. His costume was rather simple, consisting of a brown, sleeveless jumpsuit with a high collar and yellow stripes around the armholes and waist. His look was complete with a pair of gray and yellow shoes. "I gotta agree. And look at how great Sho's little trio are doing." Present Mike added to the conversation. "Check out Mini Shota," he said as he pointed to a different screen. Aizawa grumbled at his friend's words but ignored them as he watched the screen that was pulled up. On it, He could see Shinso carrying a piece of a three-pointer he was using as a makeshift weapon and being followed by another examinee as they ran up to another injured examinee. The injured teen was apparently very vocal and Shinso had to use his quirk to force the teen to calm down. Shinso then shifted the scrap he had around and lifted the injured teen into a fireman's carry. He sped off to the entrance so the teen could get medical treatment as the other teen acted as a bodyguard to protect Shinso and the other examinee. Aizawa couldn't help but smile as he watched Shinso act. He switched over to see how Shoka was doing. She was surrounded by several one-pointers and a two-pointer but wasted no time jumping into action. Each one of her movements was fluid as she used her quirk to engage the robots and tear through them with ease. He saw her duck suddenly as a glob of acid flew over her and hit a two-pointer that rounded the corner, intent on attacking her. Shoka was then greeted by a pink examinee with matching fluffy pink hair and a pair of horns. Shoka gave the girl a thumbs up and went back at it. Off to the side, one occupant of the room watched the Ravenet intently, her lips forming into a soft smile as they saw how the teen was doing. The room's attention was brought to the final of Shota's mentees. Toshinori, in his civilian form, smiled brightly as he watched the Verdette deal with the robots with ease before stepping up to help other examinees. Those who didn't know about Izuku's quirk were left trying to figure it out. They had seen several different aspects of it and it just left them even more confused. They had seen him cleave through a one-pointer, only to turn around and use telekinesis on a two-pointer and slam it into the ground. They had watched him create an energy shield to protect another examinee. "Hey Shota, what is the green cutie's quirk?" Midnight asked her friend. "Sykes. He creates pins that he wears and each pin gives him a different ability." Aizawa simply explained. Before anyone could comment further, they heard Nezu begin to chuckle. A shiver went down their spines at that moment, and if they were paying attention to the screens, they would see Izuku, Shoka, and Shinso react the same as them. The voice of the Chimera rang out before they could calm down. "Well, I believe it's time to see how these future heroes react to a real challenge." On the panels in front of the heroes was a button labeled, Yuruki Switch. Its clear plastic cover flipped open as the big red button sat there tantalizing those in the room to press it. "Would you do the honors, Toshinori?" the Chimera asked. The number 1 hero gave Nezu a wide smile as he leaned forward and spoke. Time for their true test. He pressed the button and watched as the screen showed several large plumes of smoke filling each battle center. As the smoke began to clear, he only had one thought running through his mind. "Well, young Midoriya, it's time to see if I am right about you." All across the battle sites emerged the zero-pointers. The zero-pointer was a multi-storied tall, green robot with a large rectangular head that had 8 glowing, red eyes. It traveled around on enormous tank treads and had 2 arms with articulated hands and fingers. It was a titanic, metal monstrosity that resembled a simplified kaiju. Shoka began to cough as the dust and smoke settled around her. She saw several examinees including the pink girl she came across earlier standing around, not knowing what was happening. That was until she heard a building begin to crumble not too far from them. The group turned and were shocked to see a gigantic robot that seemed to almost dwarf the city around it. Then, they erupted into panic. Several of the examinees began to turn tail and run from the metallic monstrosity, knocking each other over as they tried to flee the area. Shoka nearly got bowled over but was able to hold her ground by digging her quirked feet into the ground. She quickly scanned the area, trying to make sense of the mess around her, and noticed that several examinees were on the ground and about to be attacked by the remaining foe villains. And in their panicked state, they weren't trying to get out of their situation. Shoka, though, acted. She rushed toward a two-pointer that was about to strike at the pink girl. She cleared the distance and swiped her clawed hand at the robot, cutting through its head, and destroying it as its body slumped to the ground. The pink girl took a second to catch her breath as Shoka spoke. "Pinky, get up and help me with the others." Before the girl could respond, Shoka moved to the nearest foe villain to take it out and help another examinee. The pink girl's eyes filled with determination as she picked herself up and went the opposite way to deal with more of the foe villains, using her quirk to skate on an acidic substance secreting from her feet. The two had begun to clear the area of villains while the zero-pointer closed in. Some of the examinees they helped fled in panic without much thought, while a few stayed to help out the two girls. Once the area was clear, Shoka began to lead the ragtag group back to the entrance of the mock city, doing all they could to avoid the zero-pointer who wrecked the city around them. As they neared the gate, the zero-pointer seemed to ignore them, choosing to rampage through the rest of the city. Shoka had let out a heavy breath she didn't know she was holding in. The beating of her heart slowed down as she did so. She began to release her quirk, the color returning to her body as it shifted from the pure white shade it undergoes and back to its original pale shade. Her clothes went from gray back to black as the armored legs, arms, and tail disappeared. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw the pink girl running up to her with a bright smile on her face. Hey, thanks for the save. Totally thought we were goners there for a second. The girl said cheerily. I'm Ashido Mina, but just call me Mina. The animated girl was as tall as Shoka, with a curvy athletic build to her. Her entire body was bright bubblegum pink, with her messy, short hair being just a tad lighter. Two yellow horns emerged from her nest of hair at a diagonal angle and had a squared hook look to them, with the interior of the curve facing inward. One of her most notable features was her large, square-shaped eyes whose sclerae were black in color, but her irises stood out the most with a bright gold. Shoka just stared at the girl, processing her friendly and energetic nature before responding, hi. Securane Shoka. You can call me Shoka though. Mina was about to respond when a bright green flash caught hers and Shoka's eyes. She swore she could hear Shoka mutter something as they turned to where the flash happened. Really, Izzy, Shinso was not having the best of times right about now. Once the zero-pointer made its appearance, all hell broke loose at his battle center. It could be worse. Well, so he thought. Right now he had to deal with his new battle buddy, Kirishima, who didn't seem to want to run from the robots behind them, and next to the zero-pointer. Kirishima, we have to go, now, Shinso yelled out, trying to reason with the Ravenet. But there are more villains. We can't just run away. The Ravenet challenged. Shinso narrowed his eyes as his frustration grew. Kirishima, that thing is out of our league, and rushing into danger like this will only cause us to get hurt or worse. He stepped up as he made his next point. Don't make me use my quirk on you. If it means you don't get hurt doing something stupid, then I'll risk it. But what? Kirishima tried to argue before he was cut off. No, those points are lost. What we need to do is focus on getting back to gates, Shinso declared. Kirishima was having an internal struggle from what Shinso could see, and the Indigo decided to take a play from Izuku's book. He put a hand on the Ravenet's shoulder as his tone softened. Look, we don't have the muscle to handle that thing and the other foe villains. But what we can do is try and help out those we come across. So we go back to the gate and save anyone who needs our help. Shinso gave the other teen a smirk. Besides, you might still get to bust up some robots while we do so. Kirishima's demeanor changed as he thought about Shinso's words. He gave the Indigo a wide, toothy grin and nodded, all right. Let's do this. Shinso returned the nod and the two began to run through the streets back to the gate. And true to his word, there were more robots to smash. Shinso and Kirishima had come across several examinees as they did so, with Shinso acting as support and helping carry one while Kirishima acted as their shield. We're almost there, bro, Kirishima called out. Shinso smiled, ready for this day to be over with when he noticed a bright green flash in the sky. Immediately, his thoughts drifted to the only person he figured could cause that, and dreaded that he might be right. What did you do, Izuku? Izuku stood still, staring at the destruction the zero-pointer had caused in his area. With a single punch, it caused dust and debris to kick up into the air, with several chunks of nearby buildings breaking apart and dropping to the ground below. All around him, examinees were quickly fleeing to escape the gigantic foe villain, afraid to engage it and risk their points. The brunette who had harassed Izuku earlier that day sprinted past him, giving him a look of concern, believing that Izuku had given in to fear, before continuing his escape. Izuku, however, was frozen due to hearing the sounds of someone calling for help. Over the cacophony of sounds caused by the metal monster and its treads, he picked up the sound of a girl calling out. The dust began to clear and his eyes widened as the auburn-haired girl was trapped under some rubble, unable to get clear of the looming threat. Izuku watched as the zero-pointer got closer to the girl and began to reach for her with its titanic hand. To the surprise of the other examinees, he rushed towards the zero-pointer with only one thought running through his mind. The same advice he gave the girl before this started. Don't hesitate. The auburn-haired girl turned her body as much as she could and saw the zero-pointer towering above her. She reached for the rubble that had her trapped. But try as she might, she couldn't due to the angle she was in and the pain that shot up from her ankle. She closed her eyes as the hand of the robot got closer to her, afraid that this was the end of her hero career before she even got a chance. Until she heard the sound of metal being launched back. She looked up and saw the verdette who tried to help calm her down earlier, standing above her with a green-teal energy shield on, his left arm held up as if he deflected something. She followed her eyes and saw that the zero-pointer was knocked back somehow and seemed to stall. How bad is it? The verdette's question caused her to look back at him. Once she processed what had happened and what he said, she answered, I think my ankle got injured. It hurts to move it and I can't touch the rubble to use my quirk. Izuku gave her a soft smile as he tried to ease her worry. Don't worry. I'm here. He took a brief glance at the rubble trapping the girl, making sure if he moved something, nothing else would fall on her. Once he was clear, he called upon orbit and several pieces of debris began to lift into the air. The girl watched on amazed as she saw Izuku force them all into one conglomeration. She was confused and then shocked when he launched it at the zero-pointer that had begun to move toward them again. The ball of concrete and metal flew through the air and smashed into one of the red eyes of the zero-pointer, destroying the lens completely and cracking the metal around it. This caused the titanic robot to flinch in response. Before the girl could comment, she felt Izuku begin to slowly lift her up. I'm going to carry you now, then we're going for the gates. Sound good? Izuku was trying hard not to blush at his sudden plan. The girl was no better but she slowly nodded. Izuku carefully positioned himself to carry the girl, squatting down and letting her climb onto him in a piggyback. Once she was secure, Izuku began to move to the gate. They weren't able to get far before the zero-pointer closed in on them. He noticed the giant robot began to pick up speed and his attention turned to the large group of examinees still inside the mock city watching them. It's gaining on us, the girl cried out in concern. Izuku looked over his shoulder before turning back ahead. He saw the group still standing there and he mentally cursed as he remembered that Present Mike said the zero-pointer went after groups. He saw the blue net watching them as well and his mind formed a quick plan. He called out to the team to get his attention. Hey, engines! The blue net broke from his stupor as he focused on Izuku. The verdette turned around and lowered himself as he continued to call out, get her out of here. I'll slow down the zero-pointer. But your poi, it doesn't matter. She needs to get out of here so hurry up. Izuku interrupted the taller teen. The blue net nodded and used his quirk to quickly reach Izuku and the girl. The verdette lowered himself as the girl reluctantly got off his back as the blue net let her climb on his. Before they could speak to Izuku, they saw him rush back to the zero-pointer to draw its attention. I don't need to destroy it, just slow it down enough until the clock runs out. Izuku began to verbalize a plan. He felt the pull from Rhapsody and used it to build up as much power as he could. The two energy records formed as he scratched out a hasted sound wave that hit the zero-pointer. He let out a yell, mimicking the voice hero, in the hopes it might slow down the gigantic robot. The metal of the robot's chassis began to dent and tear itself apart, but it wasn't enough as it still edged closer to the verdette. Izuku's voice grew hoarse as he felt the aftereffects of Rhapsody hit him hard, his vocal cords feeling like they had just been shredded. He used Vitality and quickly healed the damage he caused to himself. Crap baskets, so there goes slowing it down, he grimly thought. As he struggled to think of a new plan, he felt ego hum intensely as it poured energy into orbit and pyre. And Izuku smiled. Destruction it is then. Synchronization. He brought his hands close together as he could feel orbit pulling every ounce of his energy to one single spot. Once he was ready, he added pyre to the mix. The two began to work in sync as their energies flowed as one. And a spark went off, forming a condensed ball of green and white fire that seemed to resemble a star. Izuku gave one last look at the zero-pointer as it reared its arm back. He saw the damage he caused earlier and took aim. He used orbit to launch the ball of heat and energy straight at the zero-pointer, his pointer and middle finger extended out as if to guide the orb as it was launched. The ball began growing larger by the second as it flew. It collided with the robot's face, digging into the shattered eye and melting its way through the metal. Once it was inside the robot, Izuku snapped his fingers. Megiddo. There was a small flash of light emitted from the broken eye of the robot. Then, its head began to collapse in on itself. Dust, debris, and metal rose up from the ground hauntingly as it was lifted up and drifted to the zero-pointer's head. The robot lurched forward still, but it slowed down significantly before coming to an abrupt stop. Then there was a bright green flash and a wave of energy that exploded from what was once its head. The shockwave from the blast knocked away the dust and rubble as the area around the titanic robot cleared, revealing a half-destroyed zero-pointer, with the remains turning into a molten slag. The rest of the examinees watched in awe at the display. Izuku shakily stood up, the energy leaving his body as the synchronization took more out of him than he thought. He didn't notice that orbit and pyre began to crack and shatter, the pieces of his pins falling to the ground. With Izuku following soon after. His body hit the ground, a smile still on his face as he saw the group of examinees behind him. And that the auburn-haired girl was safe. Gee me. Present Mike's voice rang out, signaling the end of the exams. Holy shit. Did you see what he did? The guy just wasted all his points. Guess that means one less person to have to worry about. As the examinees continued to talk among themselves, a small elderly woman entered the mock city. She was a short woman with gray hair tied up into a netted bun, held together by a large syringe poking out of the left side. She had a pink half-helmet with a purple visor attached to it on her head. She wore a lab coat over top a red dress, with yellow and white detailing on the front, and a gray belt with a pink R outlined in yellow on the buckle. She had a pair of pink boots and yellow gloves to tie the rest of the outfit together. She walked with a cane that was stylized into a large syringe. This was the youthful heroine, Recovery Girl, as noted by the blonde examinee who seemed to sparkle at every chance. The elderly woman paid him no mind as she made her way over to the brunette and auburn-haired girl. Well, dearie, can you tell me what hurts? The elderly hero asked. The brunette lowered the auburn-haired girl so she could address the hero and her injury. The auburn-haired motioned to her injured ankle and spoke up, I was trapped under some rubble and I hurt my ankle. Recovery Girl examined the auburn-haired girl to check on her ankle. She could see the damage done to it, but it was manageable. Her lips extended to the girl's ankle, and the elderly hero kissed it, her quirk activating as a bright green energy enveloped it. The girl began to feel drained and looked to Recovery Girl for an answer. My quirk relies on your stamina in order to work. You will feel tired for a while as you recover. The elderly hero answered as she dug through her pockets. She pulled out a small packet and handed it to the girl. Here, have some gummies. They will help recover your stamina in the meantime. Thank you. The girl replied. She looked over to Izuku and made her way over to the verdette to check on him. The brunette just looked at the verdette currently passed out on the ground. His own mind ran with thoughts as he tried to make sense of what happened, trying to justify his own actions. He looked at the other examinees who were still commenting on the verdette's actions. They don't see it. He risked his spot just to save the girl. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.